Trollord Games. Join the fray.
All right, so we should be able to, I should just be able to talk now.
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Good, Steve.
All right, good deal. If Chuck, I assume that you're still out there. If it becomes a problem, just let us know.
We all seem frozen on Twitch, by the way. It's just a static image.
I didn't. Yeah, that didn't take long to freeze. There you go. There you go. All right, it's moving again. Okay, so Jennifer, I didn't get what are you playing? Nope, we've lost you again, Jennifer. It's the beard. Nothing. It's got headphones marked. Does that mean anything?
That went off.
That means she was deafened, and so she wouldn't be able to hear us.
Oh, well, there you go.
She's playing a dwarven cleric, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll give her a minute or two. Jennifer, can you hear us? Okay, so we can get started while she's fixing her dwarven
There
cleric.
you go. Headphones. A good choice.
There we go. All right. Hopefully that works. All right. So what we've got here is a small band of people that have. You can hear us? The joy. Can you hear us, Jennifer? Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and dive into it while you try to fix your whatever sound issues. Chuck, if you can hear us, reach out to Jennifer and see if you can help her out. She's a mute dwarf. There you go. You're going to have to use semaphores, Jennifer, to communicate with everybody. All right. So the five of you have recently, there we go. The five of you all have recently left the small town, the small village of Elm, which, just to give you guys a quick backdrop, this whole weekend, I believe, is carrying everybody into the Drow series, into the Underdark, and we're beginning the road in the Darkenfold, which for those Greyhawk fans out there is the Dreadwood. You can equate that to the Dreadwood relatively easily, and I know that's what we've got. We got a lot of whole Greyhawk folks out here. I am an old school Greyhawker myself, so let's before we dive in, let's do a quick round of introductions. Jennifer, you're looking better. You've got your mute on. That might help at this point. Unmute. There you go. Nope, we still can't hear you.
Yeah.
We're getting there. So we'll just do a quick round of introductions. I'm Steven Chenault, CEO of Trollord Games. I'm running the game today, and we welcome everybody to the Underdark weekend. And Chuck, are we part of Total Con? I can't remember if this is all bound together. Got it. So yeah, we're doing something for Total Con on Sunday, right? A Gaxmar panel or some such. But a separate event, apparently. So today we're doing the Underdark, and we're going to begin that road towards the D series. So let's start, Grape Ape, with you. Give a quick introduction.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Matt. Today I will be playing Cristobal the Sagacious, who is a young elven wizard.
All right. Obsidian Risk. I don't know anyone's names. I can't remember anyone's names. Oh, you're muted now.
Worked before, damn it.
Yeah, no.
So you might still be on push to talk. Turn it off.
Oh,
All right. While, while Obsidian fixes that, Pete, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, hi all. I'm Pete, and today I'm playing Moss of the Mountain Forest. He's a human primal druid. Tall, sturdy man, looking older than his years suggest. His hair and beard streaked with green. Even his face has green marks across it. Skin seems to be a slightly unnatural grey color. So I'm doing
Nice.
my best here.
You got it going pretty good. Yeah, for those of you new to Castles and Crusades, and that's the game we're playing today, the Primal Druid appears in the Adventurer's backpack. And it's the class's task is not to protect the forest from people, but to protect people, our nature from people. It is to protect people from nature. So the Primal Druid is a pretty violent class. Can you actually heal other people, or is it just yourself?
Nothing in the book said I couldn't heal other people, so I
Okay.
can heal in a pinch, but let's say it's not going to be my focus.
Everybody probably should take that to heart. Obsidian, do you got sound yet?
I hope so. Am I back?
yes,
Yeah.
heard that.
Are you serious? Oh,
Serious.
okay. Great. Hi, sorry, I'm Scott. I'll be playing Lurog, the half-orc monk, and no armor, of course, and it tries to get along the best he can with the background as a mercenary and a bodyguard.
All right. Willie, what are you playing today?
I'm playing Kenrick Sarg, who's a dwarf oathsworn. At one time was trying to become a paladin, but couldn't take the rules and is now struck out on his own, trying to settle things by himself. That's about it. My name's Willie. Willie, by the way, will be fine if you could call me Willie.
There you go. Keep it simple. So, the Oathsworn chooses an alignment that they're against. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've chosen evil. Anything evil will fall under my hammer.
That works beautifully. All right, Jennifer, do we have sound yet?
We do.
Excellent.
Yes, Jennifer.
Don't know
So
what was wrong with the old setup. It always works just fine, but we worked out a new setup in less than 5 seconds. All right. So I was handed my character probably about 15 minutes ago, and haven't really had a chance to look at it. I know it is a dwarf cleric, so maybe he has short-term amnesia. I don't even know if my character has all of the stuff he was supposed to have before I grabbed him, like those items and stuff.
Well, feel free to flesh it out as we
Okay.
roll along. It's
Okay.
yeah. We are assuming at this point you guys have been on traveling together for a year or so, got a little experience under your belt, equipment. So, I mean, if I'm not sure how you equipped your characters, but I am assuming that you've got backpack, rope, and all of the equipment that normal adventurers would have at this stage. You're not impoverished first level wanderers, so you got a little bit of weight to your packs and weapons in your hands. Well, hopefully you do. Having said that, make sure you have the item as we go forward. There's a good chance there'll be a lot of natural obstacles that you run up against. So if you don't have, I've run into players who'll say things like, "I just have the item." No. You got it written down or you don't. So, so we'll go with that. Jennifer, we'll give you a pass for about an hour until you can flesh out your character. But if you've got an adventurer's backpack, you might just want to snag one of those backpacks, and that should flesh you out pretty well. All right, so you guys have, to give you a quick background and for everyone out there, first off, thanks for joining us today, and thanks for all the support for the wonderful charity and all of that business. We're going to dive right into it. The Darkenfold, the forest that you're entering in, the Dreadwood in old parlance, is an ancient wood Let me back up just a little bit. So the world of Erd is the world of Erd has recently emerged from 1,000 years of control and rulership by a dark god called Unklar, the Horned God, in which he controlled the entire planet, locked in this realm called the Winter's Dark. The Darkenfold is one of the few regions that Unklar could not conquer, simply because the forest is so ancient, steeped in magic. The creatures that live there are difficult to overcome. They're part of the terrain and the environment. So it's something that even Unklar couldn't overcome. The forest is, however, kind of a refuge for all kinds of creatures fleeing, whether it's the good paladins of the north or Unklar or other creatures or whatever. For many, many, many long centuries, the Darkenfold has been this catch-all for all the refuse of the world. They've built towers and dungeons and layers all over the place, and many, of course, get killed and die and fade away or what have you. And what that does is leaves this extraordinarily rich environment that attracts adventurers, mercenaries, thieves, plunderers, and everybody else who comes to scrape a living out of the workings of the ancient world, looking for magic, wealth, gold, whatever it is. So the five of you all find yourselves leaving the town of Elm several days ago, which sits upon the eastern edge of the wood, following the old post road and into the deeper part of the Darkenfold. Darkenfold itself is like I said, it's a very ancient wood. It's primarily oaks with maples, a few sycamores along the branches and whatnot, and a bunch of willow trees that grow throughout. The trees here are particularly, it earns its name naturally because the trees here have a particular quality which allows them to absorb light. So if you've got like any kind of natural or unnatural type of light, a light spell or a torch or a fire, it's usually dimmed if you're near trees by about 50%. So if a torch normally lights up 30 feet, I think is what it does, then you're going to get about 15 feet. Now, of course, you've got ambient light beyond that where you can see, into the dark and there's shades of gray and whatnot. But the Darkenfold is a particularly challenging environment. But usually, if you don't die, you can reap some wealth from the bowels of the forest. So the five of you all find yourselves leaving Elm. You've been on the road for about 3 days. You went through a small portion of the wood called the Powder Timberland, came to the Powder River, crossed over that, and into the deeper Darkenfold. You're on the post road. This is an old track built during the Unklarian period, during the Winter Dark. It was decently paved, but it was never completely finished. And the rough nature of the forest, the constant rain, just shifting ground, the Fae who live here, all kinds of trees that tend to move at times, have caused the forest itself, or the road itself, the post road, to suffer a lot of degradation. A lot of the paving tiles have sunk into the ground, slipped off into the ditches on the sides. So moving down the post road is not particularly, it's easier than going through the forest, but it's not particularly easy. You can easily do 3 or 4 abreast if you want. There's only 5 of you. Do you guys have any kind of marching order that you want to tell me about as you're meandering through the woods?
Steve, are we mounted or are we afoot?
I assume you're afoot.
Okay.
So the first thing you said, we crossed the river and we all survived.
Yes, you crossed the river and you have survived. That river's bridged. I got another thing in mind. So
I paid extra for those
I'll go
water
somewhere in the
wings.
middle.
So I think maybe the primal druid, so Moss, will go a bit towards the front of the party if we are in 2 lines or 2 ranks or 3 ranks, because let's use my nature sense to see what's going on there.
Sure.
all right. So do you get forward a little bit? Are you with the party? Are you scouting? What are you doing as you're moving through the woods?
So I'm just a little ahead. I'm not sure who's behind me though, or with me if they're brave.
So who's going to
I'd be
follow?
happy to go with you.
Okay.
Yeah, Cristobal is going to stay toward the back, try to keep somebody in front and behind him. But I will have the lantern lit. I have a lantern that I'm going to light up.
Okay. Dwarf, where are you taking up?
Lurag.
We got 2 dwarves, don't we? We got a dwarven cleric and a dwarven oathsworn.
If Moss is going out front, I can run in the second rank and keep an eye on him from the main body of the party.
Jennifer, what about you? You going to bring up the rear? Okay. Okay. All right. So essentially, you got the primal druid out front, kind of keeping an eye. The monk up there with him, and then the wizard and the dwarven oathsworn, and with the cleric following suit. On your second day, the journey has been relatively easy. The Powder Timberland is a short stretch of wood, probably maybe a day and a half's worth of travel that lands you at the Powder River. Now, that was relatively easy. You didn't encounter anything. The rain started picking up just a little bit, but beyond that, nothing bothered you as you trudged through the woods. When you came to the Powder River, the Powder River itself was somewhat overflowing its banks, but not enough to lap over the edges of the bridge. So you managed to navigate the river and get to the other side, which is unusual. Many people don't manage to navigate that river as they get sucked off downstream. That is the famous river where the 2 dwarves, to get across it because it was flooded, took a log and tied themselves on either side of the dwarf and for ballast and floated across. I thought that was fantastic. That was 2 young kids doing that. I think they were 10 or 12 at the time. At any rate, so you get across the Powder. By the time that your third day picks up and you're tramping through the woods, the rain just comes. It's just a deluge, and it rains for the better part of the day. You spend that evening under a broadleaf maple tree that allows you to dry out somewhat. But by the next morning, you've got the rain's let up. But there's so much moisture in the ground. There's just enough heat that you've got nice patches of fog kind of hanging everywhere. Anywhere there's a clear patch, you've got a little fog coming out. And this is particularly bad on the road. You are in a set, you get a little bit of sunlight on the post road, but not much. And it burns it off a little bit. So do you all do anything in particular when you're marching that I need to know about? Like tracking, checking something, what have you?
Just generally keeping an eye out for anything unusual that I wouldn't expect to see in these woods. Any druid vibes of anything that's a little bit off.
Got it. Okay.
I'm keeping my
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm keeping my fox Ort close to me as well.
Okay. Yeah, where's the toad, by the way?
The dwarf?
No, the toad.
The toad, yeah. Magician's toad.
The toad is riding in my pocket. So I have being a wizard, I have a familiar. He's a little toad named Balthazar. He does have wide vision, and he's kind of poking his head out every now and then. And being a toad, he is very adept at noticing movements from far away. So he's just sitting in the pocket.
but keeping an eye. He's the first.
I'm not trying to get you to kill him right away.
I have an affinity for frogs and toads. I don't know why. So you're probably safe.
Dr. Pepper
But yeah,
time
Cristobal's
already.
being an elven, familiar with the woods. He's gonna keep an eye on the forest, notice how they're growing. Take notice of the beauty even in this darkness of the woods.
All right, everybody, give me a spot check. The wizard's kind of the wizard's relaxing a little bit, getting into the nature walk of things.
I cannot believe I've opened with a natural 20. Wisdom's my prime, one of my prime attributes, and I've got a +2 to that. So 22 on a prime.
All right, excellent.
So is the spot check always a wisdom check?
Yeah, unless I say otherwise. Spot checks are wisdom checks. Of course, add your level and your attribute bonus to it. So great. What'd you get?
Cristobal got a 16.
Obsidian, what'd you get?
I've got an 8.
You roll like I do. Willie, what'd you get?
I got a 12. Not good enough.
Jennifer? Still no sound?
I got sound. I'm still trying to figure out the new system. And I had to walk away for a few minutes I am sorry. I have not rolled anything.
You are
I
good.
will
Just
be back with you on the next round with dice.
sounds good. And listen, if you don't have dice, you can play like Davis does. My brother, who co-designed all this crap, he never rolls dice. He just picks random numbers. So
Okay, well then how about I do that this time because I have no idea what I'm rolling for. What was it? What die
You roll-
type was I supposed to roll?
D20. Roll a D. You're rolling a wisdom check.
Okay, I got a 13.
There you go. All right.
Good roll.
Yeah, Davis did that for years, and he never hit anything. And I finally asked him why he was rolling so bad, and he told me what he was doing. And I said, "Dude, well, at least pick a high number occasionally," because he was always in the middle of it. It was hilarious. At any rate, so you spy. Obviously, Pete, you spy it first. And Obsidian, you got a 16, right? Is that no? You got an 8. Who got a 16? Wizard, you got a 16.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you notice the primal druid turns to his right and he looks into the woods for a minute, and you see, Pete, moving along one of the branches some type of small humanoid type creature. He's moving up the branch. You get a very, very brief look at some spindly legs. The legs look like they have some type of armament on them or something at least strapped to it. Probably the size of a goblin, though it doesn't make you think goblin. The primal druid doesn't think that immediately, and it moves up and into the deeper part of the foliage of the tree. Now, Wizard, you don't actually see what he sees, but you notice the druid kind of do a double take and look to the right, which would be to the north of the road.
Okay,
Now, do you stop?
Ju-
You do anything?
I gesture. I turn to the rest of the party and indicate off to the trees and say, "There's something out there."
Something may be trailing us, waiting for an opportune time to attack. We should take caution and prepare for battle.
You keep moving forward, or are you arming up? Or what are you doing?
I'm having my club
I'll-
at the ready, and I'm indicating to just seek out anything unusual. So he's on alert as well. And with the others, I encourage them to be moving cautiously with the weapons out and looking around. Be aware that there is something here. Let's not let it catch us by surprise.
Very much like myself right now. I'm okay.
The
Great.
dwarf's looking for
Holy
weapons.
water. Okay. Dagger.
You're doing a weapons check.
Hammer. Yes.
There you go. But I assume that you all are still kind of moving forward down the pathway in the direction you're going, just a little bit more cautiously.
There's nothing down the path that looks like a blind turn or a cutoff point, and nothing ambushy.
Not here, but as you move, you don't move another 20 odd feet forward, and you all hear this at this point. Something again on the right hand side of the road is disturbed. There's some movement and some foliage, and then something drops from one of the trees and kind of half rolls into the road itself. There's just enough mist and moisture hanging in the air that you can't quite make it out. It's about 40 feet, maybe 50 feet in front of you when it hits the ground. It hits with a relatively heavy thud. Now your fox is near you, I assume.
My fox is what? Sorry.
Is he near you?
Yeah, he's near me.
Okay.
By and large, I try and keep him out of trouble. I don't send him off to needlessly get hurt.
It turned into a pelt for somebody.
Lurog is going to take his broadsword out, his 9-ring broadsword, and ask if Moss would just hang back a moment. He's always very protective of him, and move forward and try to check out what that is.
Okay. I will get my sling at the ready if I need to hurl something while he's moving forward.
All right, as Lurog goes forward, I assume, Wizard, you hang. Jennifer, are you going to hang back? And Willie, you too?
Yeah, so what probably happened
I'll
was thunk, and then another thunk as I jumped up and then fell back to the ground real. Surprise me, jump scare.
Yeah, Cristobal is actually going to keep an eye out behind us just to make sure nothing comes up while we're looking toward this object.
All
Good
Yeah,
idea.
I'll do much the same. I'll take the crossbow out, knock a bolt into it, and scan the edges of the woods on either side of the road. Make sure we're not getting set up here.
Okay, so the three of you, wizard and the two dwarves, give me a spot check on that as well as you're looking back to the woods. And Laura, while they're doing that, give me a quick description of your character, what he looks like, armaments and all of that, weapons that you carry.
Yes, well, he's grayish skin, black hair, black eyes, monk robes, actually a little bit colorful. You wouldn't think so for him, but they are. And he has a 9-ring broadsword and a hand axe, and that's actually all that he carries for his weapons. And he has
Nice.
he also has the, I'm sorry, where is my, oh, I'm looking at the wrong page. Sorry. The monk's robe is the magic item. So.
And is that like a full robe, or is it a sleeveless robe, or what do you have there?
Yes, it's the full robes.
Okay. All right. So, Willie, what'd you get on your spot check?
I got a 15.
All right, Jennifer.
An 8.
And 8. There you go. Grape, what'd you get?
I got a 18, not prime.
Okay. Was yours a prime, Willie?
No.
Okay. All right. You guys are scanning through the woods. Really, at this point, you don't see anything, and you're getting a little distracted by the amount of water. It has rained so much in the past 24 hours that you've still got water dripping from trees. It's running in little rivulets everywhere. You can see it on the road. It pools next to, the road here. The post road itself is built up maybe about 2.5 feet off of the forest floor. That's greatly sunken at this point. But you've still got water pooled everywhere, and it's just running everywhere. So that alone is kind of distracting you from any sound that you might hear that might draw your attention. And in the forest, there's so much thick and heavy foliage that you just don't see anything. Nothing appears to be leaping out at you so egregiously. All right, so Lurag, you move forward. You don't move. So you move about 20 feet forward. You can clearly make out the body of a man. Seems to be a human, dressed in kind of normal clothes. You don't see any armaments or weapons or anything like that, but you do see a number of arrows protruding from his side or back or stomach or whatever. He's kind of laid up in a ball there. So you're about 20 feet from that. Do you keep approaching, or what do you do?
No, I'm going to try to turn. Am I close enough to speak to the party so they can hear me?
Yeah, just keeping in mind that they're about 20 feet behind you, so you're going to speak.
Oh, yeah.
What you say is going to
Yeah.
carry.
All right. Good. Instead, I think I will try to get back to the party and inform them in person of what I've just encountered.
All right. Any reactions in particular?
Was he alive? Did you check to see if he lived?
I did not get that close, but his body is full of arrows, so I don't think so. And he took a fall.
He may need assistance.
Well, okay. I'll go back and shot him with my broadsword.
Yeah, we'll go with him.
So you don't need to assist alone. All right. So the party moves forward. I assume. Are we taking any particular precautions? I assume you're looking behind still as you go forward.
Yes.
And just kind of
Yeah.
all over.
So is he laying like with tree limbs right above him?
Yeah, so where he's fallen out, so as I described the post road a moment ago, it's a few feet elevated above the forest floor, and then you've got a small drainage ditch next to the road itself, and then the forest begins proper. Now, of course, the trees that grow up right next to the road aren't particularly that old, probably within the last decade or so. Much beyond that, the trees start getting much, much older, very, very large boles, and the branches tend to, in this portion of the Darkenfold, hang very, very low to the ground. They're short oaks for the most part, but you can clearly see, and there's no ranger needing to see this. The branches on one of these trees are broken and torn up. You can see clearly where this body fell through it, ripping some of the leaves off of it when he hit the ground. He's kind of crumpled up into something of a fetal position. He's clearly dead. He's got 4 or 5 arrows stuck into him. And even just on a cursory glance, before you even get up to him, a few of those were broken off. So he was shot from multiple directions, multiple times, and you can see that where he was lifted, There's 2 guide ropes wrapped around each of his shoulders. Something was clearly trying to lift him up and into the trees just moments ago. Or it happened days ago and he was hanging there for days and then it just suddenly fell.
Just happened to fall in front of us.
Right.
This is no coincidence.
Foul play is afoot. Let's look into the branches of the trees higher up into the canopy. Is there?
Give me another spot check. So
Yeah.
now, are you going to stay on the road to do that? Or are you going to move off the road a little bit and try to look up into it?
I'll stay on the road and look as best I can through where he fell from. See where he was hanging.
I'm scanning
And
the trees
I
either
get
side
nothing.
as well.
Just
I
throw
get
the
8.
toad up there. See what he-
Go Toad.
Yeah, I know you want that toad out there. I'm gonna inspect the body to see if there's any kind of identifying marks. Maybe we can return something to his family.
Okay. What are the other 3 of you doing while this is going on? Jennifer?
I'll say a prayer.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Just alert.
I'm just scanning the trees either side of the road, just looking for absolutely any movement or anything out of place. Any rope where there should be vines or something like that, just.
All right. So, Lurg, what are you doing? You're going up to the body as well?
Yeah, and just trying to really stay alert because this is sort of reminding me of one of those tree traps where they drop a tree in front of you and then they come around you from every side, and I'm a little bit nervous that might be where we are right now.
All right. So, Pete and Willie, give me a spot check as you guys are looking. Now,
Yep.
and as you guys are doing that, just to let everybody know, in the world of Aird, when I'm running the game, when you say prayers to gods, when you're trying to say cross a river, and you make a small sacrifice to Tefnut, who is the goddess of rivers, anything like that, it frequently will get you bonuses. Or if you don't, it might get you a minus. But frequently, if you take an extra step to kind of bring the mythology to the table, I'll give your character a bonus for a round or something like that as you do an attribute check, as you earn the favor of the gods. So, Jennifer, as you come forward and actually begin praying, Grape Ape, you kind of bend down over and roll him over, I guess, trying to investigate, see who and what he is.
Yeah, see if he has any kind of identifying marks on his clothes, any kind of I don't know, identifying crest on his weapons or.
Okay. Moss, would you get on the spot check?
Including all my myriad of bonuses, I got a 9.
There you go. What'd you get?
I got a magical 8.
Okay, yeah, y'all don't see it.
Nothing. I see leaves. More leaves.
Right.
Look at all those leaves.
There's a tree over there.
By the greens.
I can make out the shape of a tree over there.
Right. All right. So when you roll him over, he's been shot 7 separate times. That you count. Once in a leg, 6 times in his abdomen, back and front. The arrows are rather they're just an odd make of arrows, and they tend to be, or they are a little bit shorter, which makes you think goblins, but goblins, it doesn't look like a goblin's arrows. They usually decorate it with all kinds of stuff. So they're just maybe a short bow, maybe. And looking at the man himself, he reminds you of this tribal group, for lack of a better word, of people who live in the Darkenfold, and they're small, clannish families that meander about in certain sections of Darkenfold. It's rocky enough. There's enough sediment that there's quite a bit of coal, and these are called coal burners. And they go through and they'll mine small bits of coal, and they'll take them to the surrounding communities and sell them for whatever. They're generally, relatively poor. Poor by a kingdom's standards. By their own standards, they're doing quite well because they live in the forest, predominantly peaceful lives of their own, meanderings or whatever they do. And peaceful being relative because they're in the Darkenfold. But but you recognize this guy is definitely a coal burner. They never travel alone. There's usually a clan of 8 to 12 or so, usually men, women, and children. So it's odd to see one just laying here dead on the road. He's not bloated or anything, nor rigor mortis set in, so he died probably in the
And
last few hours.
they normally travel on the ground, not up in the canopy of the trees, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm thinking that something was trying to lift him up into the trees and the vines are still hanging down. I'm gonna grab hold of the vines and yank them to see if anything's holding on to the other end.
Give me a strength check. Lurag, what do? You see him reach up into the trees and he grabs something and he starts yanking it out of the tree.
That's a good idea.
That's first nat 20.
Just gotta watch his back.
That's a nat 20.
Holy Christmas!
Oh, beefy elf.
I had no bonuses on that either, so that 20 is real nice.
You guys are using up your 20s early.
To pull vines out of trees.
So when you grab this vine and yank it, it pops back into your hand very, very quickly. It had a little bit of give to it that it felt as if someone was holding on to the vine. It might have been snagged on something, but there's enough noise up into the branch where you pulled it from that it feels like something moved. But when it comes out, you realize immediately it's not a vine at all. It's a rope. And it appears to be, give me an intelligence check.
Now that I can do. That's a 19 prime, actually 21 modified.
So when you pull this rope, when you pull it out, you recognize that it's a rope. It's not a traditional rope that's woven with fibers, but with rather long stemmed leaves or stalks that are kind of tied together and wrapped really tight. And you'll have like 3 strands of those that you tie those together. So it's definitely a rope that was made from the natural environment within which you're standing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So on all the checks, do we add our level?
Yes, always add your level to your attribute checks and your attribute bonus.
Okay.
There might be a once in a blue moon. You don't, but unlikely.
All right. Well, this looks like pretty fine handcrafted rope. I'm gonna collect it up. Did it completely pull from the trees?
Yeah. You got one good long length of rope, maybe 15, 18 feet long, something like that.
Something was holding to the other end, but I pulled it free with my incredible strength.
You rescued it. All right. So, anything else? You've said the prayer over the body. He's still laying there in the gutter. What else are we doing? Ropes come out of the tree.
I'm
Did
doing.
you tell where the other end of the rope was?
It's
Say
tied
that-
around him. Actually, it's tied around his shoulder.
I'm
I'm doing one of those things.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. Sorry, I'm doing one of those things
Right
where
ahead, Jim.
tourists tend to do when they walk into a big city with tall buildings.
Yeah. He's gazing around. Give me a spot check while you're gazing around.
But I'm actually looking to see what like holy cow, that ain't natural. What's up there?
Yeah, give me a spot check where you're gazing into the wonders that are the Darkenfold. Did you get a nat 22?
No, but I rolled a 17.
Oh, that's good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm what, level 3, and wisdom is prime. So yeah,
So you've kind of
I'm
stepped
maxed
back.
out though.
You said the prayer. You said the prayer. You stepped back. Everyone's kind of gazing around, and as everyone's attention's drawn to this rope just for a moment, you're looking up, gazing into the tree, and you see clearly this creature. The first thing you notice is its hand as it's hanging onto this kind of shaved part of a tree branch. And that's what draws your attention to it. It's so unnatural to see a hand on a tree branch about 40 feet above you. And the head, a head kind of is peering over and looking down. And the first thing you notice, the face is kind of greenish. It's got a long nose, broad eyes, and some kind of skull for a hat on its forehead that goes back and over its head. It instantly notices that you notice it, and it ducks back into the foliage above.
Well, I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm gonna look up and go, quietly, 40 feet up. It's green. It doesn't look very well. Maybe it is quite natural looking, as in it blends in, and it's got hands.
Perhaps we should keep moving quickly.
It didn't like that it saw me and that I saw it.
So
But
we
he's
start
gonna
moving quickly.
put a couple. He's gonna put a couple coins, a couple of silver pieces on the eyes of the dead guy, and then suggest we get to moving.
I think that it would be just as pleased that we were moving on as we will be.
All right, so you all head out.
Yeah, making some haste down the road now, but being very alert to our surroundings as well.
Lurig, I feel like you're reluctantly moving forward. Are you?
I am, and I was gonna just ask Moss and the dwarf if the two creatures that they separately saw had similarities. They could describe what each other saw, and we could see if they were the same type of creature.
Good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I share what I saw. How does it compare?
Give me a. It might be the same creature. The size works out really. The skin was different color that you saw, Pete, but the size kind of works out to what Jennifer was describing.
And there's nothing that I'm aware of that should live in these woods that looks like that.
Give me a class check. That's going to be your primary attribute, whatever that is. I can't remember what the primal druids is. Surely it's wisdom.
This time I got a natural 1, so it's all adding up here. But
Not
yeah,
from around these parts, are you?
There's still 8 in total.
You're relatively certain that the creature lives in the forest. That's what you.
Oh, the
a
druid.
day of
Did you forget
extremes,
you're a druid?
You're right.
Did the amnesia? It's catchy.
It's spreading to the party now. The lovely one. All right.
it's definitely living in the woods now.
Yeah, exactly. And right above your heads. All right. So you guys begin to move on. Who's in the rear? There's both of the dwarves. Y'all bring up the rear. All right, Jennifer, real quick, give me a description of your character.
Hey, you guys want to help me with a description of my character that I've never seen before until moments before we started playing? I gave her a name. It's Haguna.
There you go.
So,
Is she short?
or I'm sorry, it's Hagen. Hagen, sorry.
Hagen. Okay.
Hagen. Is she short? Yes, she's short. She's got a beard. She's got like this brownish red hair. Curly.
What kind of armor you got?
What kind of armor am I wearing? I am wearing mail.
Perfect. You got a
I'm
shield
wearing mail, and I got a shield and a hammer. Wait, I got a hammer, right? I got to double check. I assumed it was a hammer. Yes, it's a hammer.
Perfect.
Why
do you have
sorry,
a helm upon your head?
I do.
Excellent. Is it a full helm or is it an open helm?
It is a normal helm. I don't know what
Go.
that means.
But see, this is one of the things I do when I'm GMing. I'm going to have you make a check in a minute. I'm going to give you some penalties based on what you're wearing. So have you describe your character, and I know without asking you.
Boy, I'm glad whoever wrote this character wrote out so much.
There you go. All right, and really, what do you give us a quick description of your character?
Kenrick is classic heavily bearded son of the Allfather, wearing coat of plates with a Norman helm with a full nasal and cheek pieces like a Saxon type of helmet. He always looks like he's mad. He's always scowling. He's always got like he's mad at something. So, and he's got a medium steel shield and his crossbow out, and he's looking in the rear.
All right, and both of you kind of keeping your eyes open. So both of you give me a primary attribute check, which is going to be your class's primary attribute, whatever that is. Cleric's wizard, and I can't remember what the Oathsworn is.
14 and 3 is 17, and it's plus 2 is 19
All right,
for my
Jennifer,
attribute.
20.
Okay, so
after all the math.
Both of you, as the party's moving forward and stretching out just a little bit, and obviously, like I described earlier, there's still water everywhere, so the sound is kind of already dampening, and whatever normally you might focus on is being kind of drowned out by that. But both of you at the rear of the party, you hear this kind of a thud come from behind you, and just instinctively, you're both on kind of edge anyways. Instinctively turn around, and you can see either an arrow or a javelin or something has been driven into that dead body, and it's being pulled up and into the tree above, even the one that you guys were investigating. a moment ago. So something is definitely pulling up and into the tree.
Like a harpoon, like a javelin with a rope tied to it.
Could be something like that. Whatever it is, stuck into into the dead man's flesh and did not come out with the full weight of him being pulled up, which has got to be 160 pounds, 170 pounds, something like that.
So what is lifting the javelin?
That you can't see. You see a rope attached to the javelin, but it being
Okay,
pulled up.
that's a rope. That's what I was suggesting.
Rather him than us. Let's keep
How close
moving.
are we?
Did you see
Uh,
that?
probably about 50.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh man, whatever that is. I hope they're not hungry.
Now,
Because
Wizard,
he's completely mutilated him.
you hear that right behind you. You hear her talking. Keep moving,
Oh.
guys.
How
I'm
far
gonna keep
behind
walking
us?
backward.
How many feet behind us was that when you heard
50.
the thump?
50, 60 feet,
50
something.
feet.
It is the way of nature. One creature feeds another.
There you go.
I'll probably also try to pick up the pace a bit.
Okay.
Like,
All right,
I want to
Sure,
put as much distance
Let's
between
close
me
with
and that.
yeah.
All right.
All
So you
right.
start moving forward quickly at this point.
And I'll take up the rear and crossbow out.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah.
Do what?
Yeah.
Oh, you were messaging me, weren't you? There you go. That probably would work much better for me.
Was there any markings on his body or anything recognizable? I mean, any kind of
no.
crest or anything?
No, the coal burners don't have anything like that. They're just, simple people that live out in the woods trying to avoid. They're really just trying to avoid the government. So they go out in the woods and they hide there for the rest of their lives. So they don't have any really organization beyond that, family clans and stuff like that that'll interact with one another, marry off children or what have you. But
I'm gonna try to commit his facial features to memory in case we run into any more of them. I'll be able to kind of let him know one of their family passed away.
okay, you guys move about a mile down the pathway. The terrain to your right begins to pick up some, meaning to say it climbs into a very, very low hill. The forest kind of stretching off in that direction. To your right, the ground gets extremely sodden. You can tell that as you're moving forward, it's just consumed a huge amount of water. So that the ground there is just very wet, and you could run through it. Obviously, it's not like it's quicksand or mud or anything like that. It's just really wet terrain as you move forward. You get forward probably about a mile or so, and then you can see it's clear for everyone to see this bag has been ripped open, and there's about 60 pieces of coal strewn across the road, just laying there as if someone was running, dropped the bag as it ripped and dumped coal everywhere.
This would appear to be the same clan of the person we found in the forest. Perhaps their tribe is nearby, a village we might be able to rest the night and dry ourselves.
There's another victim belongs to this bag. Let's search the woods nearby.
Look straight up. Is it hung there by ropes by any chance?
You do not see any ropes or anything like that. The forest here on the like I said on the left, it's very, very wet. Quite a bit of standing water here and there, but you could easily kind of maneuver through that. On the right, it's a little bit thicker.
Any arrows that may have missed their mark? Sitting around?
Doing a search across the road, you don't see anything, weapons. You don't see any other equipment really, other than the torn bag and the coal itself.
This may just be the bag of the gentleman that we just passed.
It was a mile back. Yeah.
That means they've taken his body quite a ways. Never one to pass up free spell components. I will go over and
Yeah.
check the bag of coal and maybe grab a couple pieces.
All right. I tuck it
Me
away.
too.
All right, good deal.
Yeah. Me
Can
too.
I assume you all.
sorry,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I want to look at the ground behind us. I'd like to see if there's any indication that the body was dragged from here to elsewhere on the ground or
Okay.
in the trees.
Okay. Give me turn around first. Give me a spot check. Actually, never mind. As you turn around, and you're beginning to kind of to even look. You see standing on the road as clear as day, probably 200 feet behind you, this small creature. It's about 3.5 feet tall, very spindly legs, spindly arms, spindly chest. And it looks much like what you saw earlier. Its face is long. It's got a long, long nose. It's got some kind of skull on its head, half beaten skull into a helmet. It's holding a bow. It's got bracelets. It's got bracelets on its legs, a ragged loincloth. It's got some kind of rib cage, maybe, as armor. There's something odd in front of it. And then it's got all kinds of little tokens hanging off of it. Like as it's standing there with its bow, it doesn't have an arrow nock, but it's standing there with its bow. You can just see, earrings, something woven into its chest here, off of its elbows. It's just got tons of what, as a priest, you instantly recognize are religious tokens that this creature is decorated and so, and it's just standing there looking at you.
So I'm going to put up my shield and take a step or two back,
Okay.
further into the group since I was in the back. and say
Obviously, you
something
all
like,
noticed her defensive posture. Go ahead.
"We are being watched."
And it's standing in the direction that we just came, so it's following us.
Yeah, it's clearly followed you for a good over a mile, well, close to a mile.
Wait, who was in the back that was supposed to be watching us? Oh,
I like the
It was a
coal.
helmet.
I saw that free coal and it got my attention.
Let us
You
try
press
to
it, Tardy.
communicate. This
Get
creature
enough.
obviously wants our attention, and we don't want to have it come behind us when we're encountering something else.
Let's confront it.
I'm going to take out some marbles and put them in the open palm of my right hand, and some quartz crystals and put them in the open palm of my left hand. Shiny things. And I'm going to approach it with my hands out in an offering manner. Slowly approach it with the guys behind me.
I'm covering him with a crossbow. Yeah.
Okay. But now you're up. You now move to the front of the party, being the rear of the party, and
Yes.
are going. Okay. Pete, what are you doing while he's doing this?
I'm just making sure that I'm within. I'm moving up slightly behind him, just making sure I'm within range to cast Entangle if anything kicks off.
Lurg, I assume your familiar has showed up.
One of them. Yes, I think I'll move off the path into the on the left side where it's not quite as dense, and sort of try to a shadow magic or wizard there as he moves forward.
Okay. And Jennifer, what are you doing?
I'm going to stay in the middle of that group.
I've just
To the
found out
best I
Entangle
can.
has a range of 450 feet, so I don't have to get that close, actually. I'll hang back.
You're just holding where you are. All right. You see, Grape, as you move forward, you maybe 20 odd feet, and you clearly see the creature smile. It just grins and it licks its lips a little bit, and it begins to move. It's holding the bow in one hand, and it begins to just very slowly. I mean, as you move, like every 3 or 4 feet, you move forward. You can see his hand moving a little bit, and he's clearly moving it to the quiver hanging at his side. Who's the Oathsworn?
I'm the Oathsworn.
That's right. Okay.
Let me know when we're within 50 feet, because I can tell if he's evil or not.
I'm gonna say trade in every language I know.
Okay. All right. So you start rattling off. Now, in the world of Air, the Vulgate is actually the common tongue, and most creatures speak it. The Vulgate is derived from the Dwarven language, and every creature that came from the dwarves actually speaks this kind of hybrid form of Dwarven. Humans, giants, dwarves, gnomes, they all kind of speak it. And because of that, most creatures, not all, but most speak the Vulgate in some way or the other. So frequently you can talk to just about anything in Air if it's got, it's not kind of extra planar or some, crazy stuff like that. So what do you say? What were you saying as you're coming forward?
I'm just saying the word trade, and as his hand's moving, I'm walking slower.
Okay. So the two of you, the dwarf, you're going. Who's all going for it?
Yeah.
Dwarf, you're going.
I'm
forward,
going. I'll be right beside him with the shield up, just in case the
and
guy goes
Bert,
for a bow.
Were you going
I'm,
forward?
Yes, but I went off the path into the lighter trees on the left side.
Okay, on the kind of the wet side of things. All right, so the three of you all give me a spot check.
As I look at this character, do I get a feeling of a vocational kinship of sorts?
None whatsoever. it is an aberration to dwarves.
Got a 19.
I got 13, not prime.
Who got the
15.
19?
Yeah, but not prime.
15, not prime.
Okay, so no primes whatsoever. All right. You get within about 50 feet, and the creature's hand is almost on its quiver, and you know at this point, just being experienced adventurers, it can have that bow knocked and an arrow off very fast at this point.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to stop where I am.
Willie, will you start and say something?
No, I was waiting to hear what Cristobal stopped. When Cristobal stopped, he
doesn't
stopped
look like
talking.
He wants to trade with me, so I'm out of ideas.
I'm scanning the trees because there's no way one of these things is going to be taking
Take
on
on 5.
all of
yeah.
us. So he's got friends.
If
Yeah,
we're at
exactly.
if we're at 50 feet, I'm going to kick in my detect evil alignment ability as an
It
oath sworn.
absolutely reeks of chaos and evil.
Well, that did it. Let's
So,
go. It's go time.
All right.
Also,
I'm going to
go ahead.
go ahead, Jen.
Oh, I was just going to say, it suddenly occurs to me to look behind me in the direction we had been heading.
And give me a
Just
spot
to
check.
check. Go ahead. Just to check, because that guy just snuck up on us. Spot is wisdom, which is prime and level, and I can't do the math. 2, 19, 23 plus prime. Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, so two
I
things
rolled
happen
well.
simultaneously, or actually three, as the Oathsworn realizes that there's evil in front of him. You have the thought to turn around. You turn around to look, casting out, see what's behind you, and then all of you hear quite clearly the fox coils up into kind of a ball and starts just mewling and barking and chewing at its leg, and it starts spinning around very, very rapidly at the primal druid's feet. It's clearly something's wrong with it. Something is horribly wrong with it.
Okay, I'm immediately concerned about the fox, but I'm also more concerned about my colleagues. The fox, he's just an enchanted friend. He's not a familiar, and these are my real friends. So I'm not a normal druid. I'm a primal druid. I'm looking out for the people first, not the animals. So I immediately cast Entangle on that guy with the bow, because let's at least get him out the picture.
All right, you pivot, cast Entangle. All right, so Willie, you've already just discovered that the creature is evil.
Yep.
What do you do?
I'm going to shoot him with a crossbow. That's it.
All right, so you drop. So go ahead and give me an initiative. Go ahead and give me an initiative to a primal druid on that. Wizard, what are you doing? Suddenly there's activity everywhere. Dwarf steps forward, shoots.
I'm going to put these little spell components away, draw my, get my staff out, and there's only one guy. I'm going to go up there and smash him right in the head.
Okay, you start charging forward. Damn spell.
I hear the entangle spell being cast, and I'm probably pretty familiar with what that'll do. So
you guys have been traveling together for a while, so you all are accustomed to not only the reactions of your comrades here, but also the gestures that they make when they cast spells or the words that they utter. So you can choose to run into the entangle if you want to, but I will assume that you know what it is.
Yeah.
Would you get initiative, Willie?
Yeah. What, die 10 or die 20? What do you guys use?
A D10.
Are we
Initiative
rolling
of 3.
Are we rolling group or individual?
Just individual as he's going. Well, and Pete, what did you get?
Sorry, when you said you gave me the initiative, I didn't roll. 9.
Okay, so Willie actually steps forward, throws the entangle. The force explodes in front of it. You drop to shoot your bow. The creature actually,
That was me.
he just grins as the forest just the grass and the foliage around it on the road just lift up and rip up all around him. You can tell it rips the living crap out of the road. Pavement stones are thrown aside. Some of it are ripped and sank in mud as this, as the foliage kind of coils in every which direction. Entangle always comes with a heavy cost to the environment around it. But clearly the creature seems to be caught up into it. Go ahead and take your shot.
Will do. 14 plus 4 is 18. The
You
light
hit the creature.
crossbow.
You hit the creature. Hold on. Maybe you didn't. Let's look at the wrong monster. Hold on. I gotta read a spell. I hate reading spells. Yeah, you hit it.
For 3 points.
Right in the chest. It breaks. It shatters that bone breastplate on it. Goes right underneath its rib cage, and you can hear it shout. And when it does so, it does so in a language that nobody recognizes. And it lunges back, and at that point, the entangle is just all over the place.
Okay.
Jennifer, what have you done?
Preparing to cast a spell. Can I start casting it?
Yes, absolutely. Well, yeah. So the next round, and the creature's already kind of vanished into this mess. What are you casting?
I would like to cast Shield of Faith.
Okay.
Good call.
Shield of Faith goes up. Lurig, what are you doing? You can see your comrades are half moving into combat. Wizard, I assume you stopped.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to move forward towards the monster. Of course, not far enough to get into the entanglement, and also keep an eye out around for other action.
Okay. It's kind of cool. Willie and Moss leans to the same direction. Looks like Willie's whispering to Moss. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Go get him.
Yeah, so
I was reaching for this, so I'm going to get the old Bible out.
since the entanglement's up in like a 50-foot area, Cristobal is actually going to go check on the fox and see if there's any kind of invisible snare that it might be trapped in or something.
Okay. What level are you, Pete?
5, because it's spellcaster. So.
Okay. What am I doing here? Okay. All right. So you get to the fox. It just seems to be partially deranged at this point. There just seems to be something horribly wrong with it. Jennifer, you notice even a Shield of Faith goes up around you. There's movement in the trees north of the wood. Quite a bit of it. You can't quite make out anything yet, but branches are beginning to shake, like a squirrel running through the woods. Through the tree line. Things are moving up onto y'all's flank.
I'm going to tell everybody else.
Lurig, from your position, as you've moved off the road to the south of the road and into this wet a little bit, you actually can hear quite a bit of running water behind you in the direction that you were going 2 minutes ago. All right. All right. So the entangle's up. You can barely make out the creature. It's hanging there for a moment. And as it does so, you can see this. It seems to almost begin to disintegrate into this mist-like form, though you can clearly still see it. If you want to take another shot at it or throw another missile weapon or shoot a magic missile or whatever you got, you're more than welcome to have at it.
I'll take a shot. Well, it's still corporeal. Yep. Hits again. 15 and 4 is 19. And this time it did 4 points possible damage.
It goes right almost, an inch away from the previous bolt, and this one does major damage. You can hear something snap inside the creature. It screeches somewhat and then slumps over, dropping the bow into the entangle, and of course the grass leaves and whatnot coil up and around the bow, taking it in hand.
Chew on that one, buddy.
Anyone doing anything?
Yeah, I'm now taking the time. Now I've got the entangle off to check out the fox, try and figure out what's wrong with him, and see if this is something that might be a threat to the rest of us as well.
All right. So Primal Druid, give me a wisdom check, and Wizard, give me a intelligence check. Laura, do you do anything with that information about the water behind you? Just
Yeah, I
moving
was
forward?
gonna yell that out actually to try to if the whole party can hear me that there's probably some sort of body of water to our if we go south. So they might be trying to. This would be a good place to trap us to spring a trap and have our backs to the water. So I'm gonna then move north and try to head off into the woods that way, assuming that that's where the attack would come from.
Okay. As you move up and off the
Okay.
road, explaining this to everyone, Jennifer, you clearly see him as he's doing that. The north part of the road is where all that activity is going on. All right. What was the intelligence check?
24.
Moss, what'd you get? Pete?
19 prime.
Okay, both of you can tell the fox has actually settled down somewhat. Both of you can tell just instinctively that some type of magic struck this creature. Something otherworldly struck this creature. There's no natural. He's not rabid. There's no natural signs of something wrong with this creature.
I'm going to
Right.
call out to everyone else. Caution! They are using magic from another dimension, not from this realm. Abysmal magic.
Why'd they pick on the fox? We would have been better targets. Huh, let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is why the poor fox?
All right, so Lurid, you still going across the road?
Yes, broadsword ready, trying to move towards any kind of
All right.
movement or action.
You head up and across the road through the little drainage ditch, and up into the tree line. Willie, what are you doing?
Is the creature still entangled in the
Yeah,
in the
it
spell,
seems
or
to
is he turned?
it seems to be dead.
Well, it's good then. Mark, chalk one up for Kenrick. I will move off to the north as well and try and backstop Lurog.
All right, Dwarf, what are you doing as Lurag runs past you, broadsword at the ready?
Me, dwarf?
Yeah, sorry.
You dwarf.
Okay, just making sure. There's more than one, but I think that was the last one who talked. So,
Yeah.
so I'm thinking that my aura shield of faith needs to is around me. Yes? No?
I think so.
So I should probably stay near the majority of the group.
All right.
So I'm
You
going to stick with the largest part of the group.
Okay. All right. So, Wizard and Primal Druid, you guys see Lurag leads kind of a charge into the woods on the north, and then the two dwarves begin to follow behind.
I'm going to run over to the bag of coal real quick and see if I can light it to give us some kind of smoke screen.
Okay.
Just
All right,
burn black
gathering
smoke.
coal together and getting the bag. The bag is really too wet at this point, but you're just going to try to get something going on.
Yeah, put a little tinder in there, a little bit of oil, trying to get it deep in the coal dust. I'm sure the coal's all wet, but just see if I can spark something real quick to get it maybe burning slowly and then take off.
Yeah, you guys are going to notice in a round or so that the wizard got confused. He set up a grill. He's making some hamburgers.
That's for after the battle.
Tell us what you're doing, because there is a smarter way to do this. Huh?
All I got is a few little moving leaves.
Yeah, just you talking about making coal reminded me that we grilled hamburgers about a week ago. So suddenly was thinking about hamburgers.
Not this week.
All right. So, and Pete, what are you doing? So the wizard moves to the left, and you can see he's clearly trying to get something going with the coal. What are you doing?
I ask him, look, you don't have time for that. If you want smoke, I can make smoke. But look, let's get out of here. Do you want smoke?
Well, I just thought it'd be burning, cover our escape. But, the rain would create more smoke. But Yeah, we don't need smoke. It was just an idea that was there.
I can do it if you want it.
Well, now to be
I-
clear, 3 of the party members have moved into the tree line. They're not fleeing. They're fleeing in the other direction towards the enemy.
Yeah, no. Let's just go. We don't want to get left behind here. Right?
Grab the fox. Let's go.
Is the fox still on it? He's walking now. He's
Yeah,
recovered.
it's
Yeah.
calmed down quite a bit, but it's obviously terrified. It doesn't know exactly why it reacted the way it did, and it's confused as any animal would be.
Yeah.
It's just nervous.
I tell it to just stay close, and I move on after the rest of them.
All right, Lurig, you're first. You leap up off out of that drainage ditch and into that tree line. Everyone is about half a round or 1 round behind you as they're kind of moving forward. You go up, and immediately you see here a very, very small oak tree to your left. It's probably 10, 15 years old, so it couldn't hold anything in its branches. But beyond that, as I described earlier, there's just much, much older trees. And there's 2 oaks immediately, one to the left and one to the right. And the branches, even as you look up, the branches have got a good half dozen of these little creatures in them moving about. And as you come in, they're just stricken with joy. And 3 of them immediately start shooting arrows at you. The lowest one to the ground is about 15 feet off of the ground. So give me an initiative as you come pummeling into their what is
A
that?
10.
Is that a fire zone? Is that what it's called? You got a 10? All right, so you clearly see they're fixing to pummel you with arrows. What do you do?
Well, I am going to take evasive action and roll off to the left behind the small tree.
Okay. Does the monk have some kind of block arrow ability?
Yes. Deflect
remember.
missile once per round.
Okay. But now, so are you going to dodge or are you going to try to deflect one of those missiles?
I think I'm going to dodge.
Probably better.
Get
Probably
behind
better.
that tree.
What's your AC there?
15.
All right, so that'll give you an effective 19. All right, so you leap to the side. 2 arrows whistle by. One goes right through the meaty part of your thigh. It lances. It hurts like a son of a gun. You take 7 points of damage. And as it comes out, you can as you hit the ground, arrow comes out, blood splatters across the ground, and immediately you've packed your wound with a little bit of dirt as you pull up underneath the tree. Now, even as you're doing that, Jennifer, you and Willie come up and into it, and you see him leaping out of the way. He does a half guard, rolls, and then he gets strumped with an arrow. What is y'all's immediate reaction?
We can see the animals that shot at him from the branches.
Not just yet. You're just coming off of you go off the road,
the
into
road.
the drainage ditch, up onto it, and the first thing you see is the half orc leaping out of the way, his 9-ring broadsword jingling as it goes.
He's dodging something, so I pull the shield up and take a knee.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, you keep going in, or you can pull up next to him.
Yeah, I'll stay with him. I'm
Okay.
not going to go into the middle of anything by myself.
Probably wise. All right. Next
Uh,
round.
I'd just say these boots of striding and springing that I've got, they give me an extra 10 move per round. And also, as a primal druid, I can move through difficult terrain, natural terrain fairly easily. So,
All right. So as you're moving, as all that's happening, you two are moving, the wizard and you are moving off of the road. Wizard, you immediately see that he's far more maneuverable than you are, pulls ahead just a little bit. It's not very far to go before you're into the melee anyways. So beginning this next round, Pete, you're going to have the drop on everybody as you move from one round and into the next. So, Pete, you go up and into this, as you're running up off of the little drainage ditch next to the road, you come up onto the ground. To your left, you see the monks pull himself up behind a tree. You see the 2 dwarves to your right, dropping to a knee, lifting shields, and just kind of a small clearing in front of you with 2 large, huge oaks. You keep running forward, or what do you do?
if I see the others taking cover, I move towards the nearest cover and take that while I try and figure out what they're taking cover from.
The nearest cover is going to be the 2 dwarves to your right.
I'll hide behind the dwarves then.
Are you saying anything when you get shot? it's something to keep in mind when anytime I'm doing the round, you can shout and talk during the round. That's not an action. So if you got, if you want to shout, just shout.
Okay.
So when you get shot, what do you say?
Guys, I'm hit. They're up in the trees.
Okay, then I'd like to cast a
Yep.
spell.
Okay, now are you taking a defensive position behind them, or are you going to cast a spell?
I will just cast a spell on the closest tree, and I will cast open sinkhole on the base of the tree. So that's
And what does
sinkhole
that do?
35 feet in diameter and opens a hole 10 to 20 feet deep.
Holy Carolina! All right, well there
What
you
the-
go. Okay, so
That guy's a landscaper.
Yeah. Wizard, you're running up behind him, and you can see the druid casting some kind of spell. You can hear the half-orc shouting they're in the trees, and suddenly the tree to the left or the right, Pete, which one are you doing?
Left, whatever.
All right, the tree to the left, whether it's his spell or it's the natural terrain, you can't tell. There's so much water in the ground. Suddenly, a part of the ground gives way beneath the root systems of the tree, and the tree just lunges forward, or goes down at first and then forward somewhat, with a horrific amount of crashing, of cracking of branches, and just a huge amount, a cacophony of noise all over. And you can hear some of these creatures shouting and obviously cursing in their own tongue. And there's just chaos in front of you. So, Wizard, what do you do?
I'm going to go and try to flank on the right-hand side of the remaining oak.
Okay. All right. So you're moving up behind the dwarves or in front of them?
To the right of them. But coming up from behind to the right.
Gotcha.
Moving
Okay,
off
so you,
to the right.
you don't get up there and protect the dwarves and
No.
Probably not a
They
good
look
idea.
like they got a good
You're taking a
shield while they
crossbow
go.
in the butt if you do.
the bravest wizard of them all. All right, great. So you maneuver back around. Lurig, what are you doing? You got shot in the leg, and you see suddenly the druids in there ripping the forest to pieces.
Appreciate Moss so much.
Yeah.
Am I able to get back to my feet behind the tree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's mostly in the
Okay.
fleshy part of your thigh. Hurts like a son of a bitch, but you can get up.
Okay, I'll do that. And have any of the creatures since the tree fall, are any of them now earthbound, or has that not occurred yet?
Well, that's all happening now as you're getting back to your feet, and I assume the dwarves are holding their own. Good Lord. Two of the creatures are knocked down. They hit the ground. Actually, I think it's on separate pages. Yeah, two of the creatures hit the ground, but even as they hit the ground, you can tell they've got wings. One spreads its wings and leaps back up and into the tree. But Lord, you can clearly see from your vantage, because you're the only one that can see the clearing in it. And I'll get to you in a second, dwarves, but you can clearly see as those Fae hit the ground, you can see these others, is at least two others in the right-hand tree that are still up and very, very active. And so take that for what it's worth. Jennifer, what are you doing as you see these Fae kind of fall out?
Holy moly, they can fly! So I want to have a little chit chat powwow here with my dwarf friend on our next
Okay.
move. Where are we going? Because I don't want to sit right here for very long.
We're going
What are you doing?
straight forward and start
Okay.
blazing away at these people.
So I'm gonna pick up that hammer and hold it in the air, ready to go straight forward and blazing away at these people. So here we go. How
Okay.
far away am I?
You've got missile weapons?
15,
No.
20, 25 feet, something like that.
Okay. If you don't want to, I'm just gonna lay into them with a crossbow for a couple of rounds and
okay,
soften them
then
up before.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't have anything ranged, so we're stuck going toe to toe if I'm doing anything.
So you're going to hold
Okay.
where you are and let him shoot?
Huh.
Okay.
It's a good spot.
Okay. Okay. Good.
I'll help you hold your shield.
There you go.
That's good.
All right, Willie, take your shot. Wizard,
Will
what are you
do.
doing as you come into this melee?
So how many are in the right tree? Just two, or did the other two fly
Nine,
up there
of
also?
You see two come out of the left tree, and they're immediately going back up, bows in hand, and there's two in the right tree.
Would I recognize if these creatures would be resistant to sleep or not?
So in the world of air, there's several levels of deific creatures. There's the Val Arakoon, and the Val Oselik, and the Val Tumph. And the Valericoon range from extraordinarily weak, inconsequential creatures to the 11 named greater gods. So you instantly recognize these as Valericoon. Definitely, they're definitely some type of fae. They're clearly not going to be some kind of god that's wandering through this wood. So there's a reasonable chance that you're magic. That said, the Valericoon were made before the world was made. So they frequently have strange attributes woven into their makeup.
Yeah,
How's
that's
that
what I'm
for
worried about. I'm gonna cast. I guess I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna cast sleep on the right hand tree, centered
All right.
around the right tree.
And now I'm going to look to see if they actually do have any resistances. 'Cause I don't know. All right. So what is that, like 2d8 or something like that?
2d4, and that's gonna be 5 hit dice worth of creatures.
Okay. And what's the area of effect on that?
30 feet diameter circle.
All right. You see two of these creatures. You cast it up and into the tree line. Two of these creatures just fall, like a crow would from the sky and hit the ground, completely asleep. Willie, what did you get on your shot?
13.
That actually misses. Your bolt goes wide, and
Okay.
thumps into the tree behind them.
Okay.
All right, so two of them go down. Lurig, what are you doing? You said you were getting back to your feet.
Yes, and if I see those two heading to the ground, I'm heading towards them.
All right, you're in it now. All right. Okay, so you just start barreling forward. All right, Pete, you've already acted this round. So beginning next round, I'm going to start with you, Lurig. You're right on. Two of them are going up, kind of vanishing the tree line above you. The two that are sleeping in front of you, I assume that's who you're going for.
Yeah, it's not very honorable, but we're in a rough situation, so they got to go.
Exactly. All right, so go ahead and take your first swing at a +10. Wizard, you going forward, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go forward to the two sleeping ones and dispatch them with my dagger.
Okay, so you two kind of leap onto these quietly sleeping fae in the woods and just that's just sad. Anyways, go ahead. Take your swings at a +10. Lord, what'd you get?
A 22.
Yeah, that hit. Give me some damage.
Okay, gotcha. 6. And let's see, do I have any modifier on +2? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And you run him right through the abdomen. He wakes as you run him through. He grabs the blade as you yank the blade off. A couple of fingers go flying wide, and he just dies at your feet. Go ahead and swing +10. Great.
That's only going to be a 15 with +10.
You stab him. He too wakes up as you lance him with your dagger.
It's going to be 3 points of damage.
You kill him. He wakes up just long enough to realize that he's dead. He dies on your dagger, and you can hear movement above you. Dwarves, what are you guys doing? Jennifer?
Oh, I get to go first, huh? I suppose that I'm gonna have to get in there and do this. I can't stand back here forever and play it safe. So if everybody else is going in, I will too.
All right, the dwarf runs forward. Willie, what are you doing? Are you joining her, or are you going to take another shot? Now you've got your comrades running amongst in the
But
field now.
they're still up in the trees, right? There's still
Two
a
of
few
them
of them
came
up in the
down,
trees.
and there's two flew up into the tree, but you can't see those from your vantage.
Well, we gotta take those ones in the trees. So I'll move forward to be able to shoot at the tree.
Okay, so that Pete, are you running forward as well?
I'll change my position so that I change my position so I can fire up into the tree.
Okay. Pete, you
I
running
want to
forward?
get line of sight on them, so I'm moving up so that I can do that.
Okay, so kind of to reiterate, what you have here is two very large oak trees. The one on the left is fallen into a crater about 8 to 10 feet deep, and it's kind of lunged forward, and it's half hanging at this kind of wild angle forward and into that smaller oak lurg that you jumped into a moment ago. The clearing underneath these two trees is maybe 40 by 50 feet, give or take, something like that. The wizard and lurg are up there dispatching these two. The two dwarfs come forward right to the edge of the clearing. That gives you the area that you're looking for. Dwarf, so that you can shoot up, and Pete, you move up right up next to Jennifer at that point. So everybody roll an initiative.
Two.
Crystal Ball got a 12.
All right. Oh, we don't add anything to it, so it's just a straight up roll.
Crystal Ball got a 10.
Okay. Willie, what'd you get?
10.
All right. 10. Moss, what'd
10.
you get?
1 0.
9.
All right. So Willie, first I need you to make a spot check as you're looking up and into the tree line to see if you can spot one of these things. Wizard, what is you've just pulled your dagger out of this dead Fae in front of you. What is it you're doing?
Yeah, I guess. So there aren't any more flying around that fell out of the other tree that are closer to the.
They went up last round, so.
I'm also going to be looking for one to throw a dart at.
All right, give me a spot check. What'd you get, Willie?
15. Not a prime.
You do not see anything. I
Okay.
assume you hold your shot. You shoot blindly.
Yeah, if I have a target. Suppression fire.
Right. Kind of works if it made some noise, but the slowest suppression fire of all time. Great, what'd you get on your spot?
I got a 12, not prime. So if I don't see anything, I'm going to move behind our dwarf with the crossbow.
As you two are kind of moving forward, Jennifer, you've moved forward too. As Lurig, you pulled your blade out after having dispatched it. You all immediately see the ground around you just explode in life. There's a little bit of moss, some lichen on the side of the tree. There's grass here and there, a couple of slow-running vines, and this stuff it's suddenly fertilized, instantly reminds you of what Pete did just a few minutes ago, and you're all caught up in this entangled spell as this foliage just explodes all around you guys. I believe there's a dex check, is that correct? To get out of it? Yes, I need a dex check from everyone. We'll start with you. Grape, give me a dex check, and let me know if it's a prime.
That's a 7, not prime.
Okay. Jennifer?
A dex check?
Dex check. I'm guessing it's
Dex
a non
check?
Yes,
Yeah, it's yeah. But I rolled well. So plus level is 19.
Oh, very good. All right. Lurig?
15, 18, 19.
All
Secondary.
Right. So it's okay. Got it. Moss? Pete?
11 prime.
All right, Willie?
17 prime.
All right. So as the foliage just explodes all around you, Lurig, you know what's going on. You manage to leap out of it, fall back about 15 feet to avoid that. Jennifer, you see it too as well, and you kind of leap back and out of the line. But the other three of you guys are immediately caught up into this entangle as it cascades around you, and your visibility is immediately cut. It goes up and into your clothing, into your armor, wrapping around your arms, weapons, across your helmet. There's just foliage everywhere. All right. So I think your dex check is you trying to jump out of it. So everyone's going to suffer a -2 on attacks and a -4 on any dex checks going forward. And next round, you can start making strength checks to get out of it.
Steve, I rolled a 17. That was a prime, and I failed.
I'm sorry. No, you avoided it too. I thought you said non-prime.
Oh.
No, you managed to get out of it as well.
Okay.
All right, so you, much like the other dwarf, you kind of fall back out of it. So it's really
Step
just
back and
the wizard that got caught up into it. And the poor fox and the toad. All right, so that round ends. Beginning next round, I want to start with you, wizard. What are you doing?
I'm going to release Balthazar and tell him to go up into the trees. You know, he's going to be a little slow, but he'll eventually get up there in a round or two. And
Okay.
I'm gonna try to break free.
All right, give me a strength check.
I don't see any other targets, so I'm gonna try to get out of this vine entanglement.
This the foliage actually, just to let both of you guys know, it grows up and into both of the trees on the left and right. So your toad actually comes out of your pocket and immediately begins crawling up the very grass that's entangling you and going up and into the tree above it. Would you get on your strength check?
I got a 12, not prime.
Okay. And you don't break free. Try to get out of it. You can't quite get out of it. Peter, you trying to strength check out of it?
Yeah, I think I failed. Not prime, and that's 13.
13 non-prime.
Non-prime.
Yeah, you managed to break free. You pull out, you start breaking through some of this stuff, and you kind of stagger back and out to where the dwarves and Lurig kind of leapt out of the whole mess. Even as you do, you actually all 5 of you see this. The wizard's pants, his boots, starting in his boots, seem to catch on fire. There's some kind of light growing up. It's kind of snaking up the vines all across him. He begins to glow. He opens his mouth as he's trying to break free of the strength check, and some kind of light emits from his mouth. There's some kind of horrific sorcery going on. But you guys have all taken your actions this round. No, actually, I'm sorry. You guys that jumped out last round have not. So, Jennifer, what are you doing? We'll start with you. As you see the wizard begin to just...
Right. So, I would like to cast a spell.
All right.
I would like to cast Bless. And I am not an aired expert in this house, but there is one who is. And he suggests that I shout, Great Mortius, let not the web of mine enemies harm my comrades.
Very cool. Excellent. All right, so you shout your prayer and cast bless. Now that gives everyone a +1. Is that correct?
+1 to hit and
Believe so.
+1 on saves against fear.
Okay. And does it have any impact on idiots that you're fighting? I don't think it does. I think it just helps. I
No.
think it just... Yeah, Willie, what are you doing? As she's casting bless.
If I can see up in the trees and I see one of those little people, I'm gonna drop them.
Give me a spot check.
10, 13.
No, you don't see anything yet. You definitely see motion up there, but you don't see anything that you can draw a beat on. Lurig, what are you doing?
Check to see, is there any of those beings that I can see?
Give me a spot check.
Let's see, 15. It's wisdom. So 16 secondary.
16. What are you looking? I forgot what you were doing.
Yeah, I was looking for targets in the trees. So the last.
Yeah, you actually spot one. You can see one, and it's crouched on a branch, and it's kind of holding its hands like as if it was doing a puppeteer type thing. Was that a marionette? And he's clearly focused on the wizard, and he's doing his hands back and forth, casting something, doing something, or he's an idiot.
Okay.
He's just up there just
Okay.
He's a troll lord.
I'm going to go ahead and switch out to my. I know I can't do anything after that probably, but go ahead and get my hand axe out. Switch from my sword.
All right. So now, just a quick: are you sheathing the blade, or are you just throwing it down and yanking your hand axe out?
I was just going to throw it down and pull my hand axe out.
Okay. So just to let you know, the way I do things in Castles and Crusades, of course, you can't take 2 actions around. That said, you can actually do things. So by not taking the extra time to grab your scabbard and sheathe your blade and make sure it's tucked in for the night and just throwing it down, assuming that your hand axe is on your belt, you can throw the blade down and throw an axe. You can throw it this round if you want at a -2 or next round at normal or whatever.
I would like to go ahead and give it a shot.
All right, hurl away.
All right. Uh-oh. It's not good.
Almost, wizard.
Perfectly good hand axe. Shot to hell.
Yeah. An 8.
It goes wild. You pulled too fast. But now I'm going to forget this, Willie. Next round, give yourself a +4 on your spot check because you clearly see what the half orc is aiming at. So that draws your attention to that. All right, so that ends that round. Everybody give me an initiative on the next round. Great, what'd you get? Actually, yeah, that works really well. If you hold up your hand, that works really, really well. As if I can count that. That's where that failed miserably. All right. That immediately went downhill. All right. Good heavens above. All right. So, wizard, you see one of these creatures. Clearly, he kind of drops to a branch right above you as you're beginning to glow. You just kind of, all of this, whatever is encasing you in this mess, he begins to speak to you very, very quietly, and you immediately understand what he's saying, and he's beckoning to you. Give me a saving throw, an intelligence saving throw.
going to be 3 on the dice plus 7 is a 10 total.
Well, that's not very good.
Oops.
All right. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, they were 20s before, but it's got to turn at some point, huh?
It all averages out in the end, right?
All right. So the wizard kind of goes, he stiffens a little bit, and he completely relaxes. You can see, even all of you all, even in, whether you're peripheral vision or whatever, you could tell the last round that he was struggling quite voraciously to get out of this mess. And Willie, give me a spot check. Lurig, what are you doing? Are you throwing another axe? But he just kind of goes limp.
No, I gotta pick my sword up and head towards that fella's tree, I guess.
All right, now that entangle is still live, so you'll have to wade
18,
into it.
3 is 20.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna not do that. Am I close enough to take? Am I close enough to the wizard to take a swing at the entangled stuff? My sword to try to help free him, or is that
with your sword? No, you could try to start hacking your way to him without a doubt.
okay? No, I guess I'll go try to retrieve my hand axe.
Okay. Okay. Willie, what'd you get on your spot check? And Pete, what are you doing?
A 14 plus the modifier of 4, you said?
Yes.
So it's 18. My level's 21.
You clearly see where whatever has captivated the wizard as he's glowing there and the burning on and you would see it. That light is coursing through his veins. He's just all over the place, just emanating light. You can't tell if it's burning him or not. He doesn't seem to be in pain, but you see one of these creatures drop effortlessly down into the entangle, half flying, half not, and it's got a long, wicked dagger pulled down, and it's clearly orienting directly towards the immobilized wizard. Go ahead and take your shot. Pete, what are you doing? I assume you're shooting, Willie.
I'll grease him, yeah. I'll grease that little guy, yeah.
Do I see I rolled a spot check because I thought you'd probably ask for it, but the one who's enchanted the wizard, do I see that one?
What did you get on your spot check?
14, 19, 21.
Yeah, you see the same thing Willie does as he's coming down.
Okay. I'm not sure whether this will work on this type of creature, but Primal Druid has an ability called Spell Dominance. So I tap into my own primeval rage and try and seize the magical power of their target, so I can steal a spell slot from my target.
Oh, very good.
So I will try and do that with him, and it's a wisdom check, challenge level equal to the target's level.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom check. And Willie, what'd you get on your shot?
18 plus 4 is 22.
All right, you hit him. You hit the one with the dagger square.
So that's
For
20.
One point of damage.
All right, even as you begin to 1 point of damage. All right, that
Yep.
nicks his arm pretty good, and you got a 20 on your spell dominance.
Yep.
I don't want to read that real quick, so I'm clear on what happens next. Jennifer, you haven't acted this round. What are you doing?
How close am I to any of these critters?
None.
I
They're
had
all
run-
above, and give me a spot
Yeah.
check to see the one that's coming down to cut the throat of the wizard there.
Oh, that's 19 plus. It's prime. So add 6, right? 25.
25. Yeah, you definitely see it. You see it coming down rapidly to slay the wizard.
So I would like to start winding up my bat. I mean, hammer.
Okay. Again, the entangle is still very much, very, very much alive. So if you run forward, you're going to have to roll against it.
Okay,
All right, you charge.
sure.
Excellent. All right, so you plunge into it. So give me a dex check.
Do it.
Yeah. So I'm a dwarf. So woohoo, dex.
You never-
10, 16.
That's not a prime, I take it.
Correct. It's not a prime.
You wade into that entangle, and immediately these vines and grasses begin to course across you and pulling at your armor and yanking at your hammer. But you're wading through it. I mean, an entangle doesn't completely immobilize you. It just restricts your abilities to do things. So you have a -2 on dex check and a -2 on your attack at this point going forward. Is that right? Did I read that correctly? It doesn't completely immobilize you. Is that right? I better check on it. I don't think it does. Pete, do you remember offhand?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Cannot move.
Oh, so it
The
does
entangle.
immobilize you.
Suffers
completely.
-2 penalty to attack, -4 penalty to effective dexterity. Cannot move, making casting of spells with somatic components impossible.
Okay. All right. So you wade into it and you're caught up. What that sounds confusing though. You still get a -2 attack if you can't attack. Oh, you know what it is. You can't move forward. Is that what that means?
Can't move. Yeah.
Yeah, you're rooted to the ground. So you get about. I'm gonna let you roll. So you're 20 feet of entangle between you and the wizard. Roll a
Okay.
d20, and that's how many feet you close. You want to roll high. I'm guessing that wasn't high.
Don't like that
They're
look.
trying. Did you roll a 1?
That was a natural 20. I can tell by her face.
I've been rolling 13, 16, 17s all afternoon, and suddenly I get
Oh,
a 3.
well, you got 3 feet in there. All right, so you wade in, you get just into it, and it was doing aggressive patch of poison ivy or something. It's really on top of you and holding you back. All right, so that ends that round. Beginning next round.
Hold on, Steve. Before you end that round, Balthazar, seeing his master in trouble, is gonna start scooting down the branches a little bit, and seeing the blood nicked on the one's arm where they got hit by the crossbow bolt. He's gonna jump onto that arm and secrete his bodily fluids to try to save his master. He's got poisonous skin. He's got type 1 through 4 poison, which is determined by the castle keeper versus a con save.
Excellent. I love it. All right, so we're gonna your toad leaps at the creature. It's actually moving relatively. I mean, it's moving fast, but in a very direct line. And toads and frogs are extraordinarily skilled hunters since they have to hunt flies and mosquitoes. You know, they can judge movement fairly well. So I'm going to give you a +5 on your dex check. Give us a dex check for that guy as incoming toad swing shouts as the toad leaps to his master's saving.
So that's an 18 on the dice. With my level and your +5, that's a 28. With my dex bonus, that's a 30.
All right, so you're not going to add your level. You're only going to add the toad's hit dice.
Okay.
So whatever.
So that'd be a 2. So -3 is 27.
All right, so it smashes clearly into that dark fey and immediately kind of wraps itself around it. You know that the fey actually pivots. He instantly knows what has happened, and he pivots, and you can tell next round he's fixing to stab into that toad and try to kill it. But it buys you 1 extra round of not being.
So does the poison secretion do anything to it?
It will, but next round. So because that's its actions this round. Next round, it'll start secreting the poison if it doesn't get killed. So let's all do an initiative, and the toad needs to do an initiative too. I guess. Great.
Did I get anything from the spell dominance?
Do what?
The spell dominance.
Yeah.
Did I?
You get 1 second level spell. You get 1 second level spell back. I didn't read it all the way through. Does that give you his spell, or does that?
Yeah, I steal one of his spell slots, but it's
it's just a slot, and then you get to fill it with whatever.
Whatever I want. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. So we got a 7. Jennifer, what'd you get initiative wise? Do toads get a charging bonus? They say.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't re-roll that. Let me. Now I did better this time. I got a whole 6.
All right. And what'd the toad get?
Toad got a 3, and I got a 7.
Okay. So Willie, go ahead and take your shot. Jennifer, are you plowing forward? Or are you trying to? Well, you got to do a strength check at this point.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I was looking up a spell that I'm unfamiliar with. Give me a second here.
Hold on.
No, it doesn't help. Okay. If I could have casted resist elements, but it looks like that won't really help at this point. So
Yeah, probably not so much.
yeah, I would like to start trying to get forward. If I pull out my dagger, will it help me? You know, trying to.
You're going to be
saw
making a
through.
strength check no matter what you do, because as you
All
cut
right.
through it, Ryan's going to wrap around you. So go ahead and give me that. Willie, what did you do on damage?
Oh, it's a 5.
So I'll just let everybody know if you roll a natural 20 in combat, you're going to do maximum damage plus a d4. So it
Oh,
does
plus a
max
D4.
and
So
a
it's
d4.
6 plus D4. 6 plus 3 is 9.
All right, it goes right through the creature's chest, and immediately, even as the toad is beginning to secrete its poison, that bolt goes all the way down to the quill and knocks that Fey right out of the air, and it crashes down and into the foliage around it. And as it does so, the foliage begins to disintegrate, fall back in and on itself, as the spell was obviously broken.
All right.
What do you, Wizard? You're still hypnotized, hanging there, but you can tell whatever influence they had over you is beginning to break. Lurig, what do you do?
Are there any other visible targets available?
Give me a spot check.
20, and that would be a secondary.
You spy one creature, one of these creatures, and it's actually half fleeing, half flying up the branches into the higher reaches of the tree.
Okay, and I had not made it to my hand axe again. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's laying out in the wood.
Looking for it.
It's just laying there.
All right. If it looks like that's the only target and he's fleeing, I think I'll go back and see if I can help the others.
All right. Even as you turn around, as you all kind of reorient, Wizard, that flame or fire or whatever it was, that light that was emanating from you begins to dissipate, and everything goes back to normal.
What was it saying to me that I could understand?
It was trying to convince you of its love for you and its desire for you to join it in the forest's feast, and you thought that was a wonderful idea. So you were just going to join it as soon as all of this ruckus had stopped.
Feast does sound like a wonderful idea.
But your toad saw through it. It's like, how the hell is this?
Yeah.
Thanks.
They're
for the
inviting you
save,
to
guys.
dinner.
Yeah.
You were the.
It was a hypnotism spell that you failed to save.
Thanks for the save, guys. I guess once the entangle dies down, we'll check the bodies, see if they have anything worth anything on it.
Looking around them, one, these creatures are obviously, as the Oathsworn noticed, extraordinarily evil. They don't have any treasure that you notice, anything of any value. The bows seem to be decent bows. The knives seem to be decent knives. So you could probably use them. They do have poison. You can tell that they got small pouches of poison that you can dip if you're inclined. But all of the trinkets, all of the small tokens that they were wearing, the cleric can tell you are evil bent. Not something you would want to cart around.
I'm gonna take a little bag of poison for my 2 darts.
Okay.
Coat my dart.
Yeah, your toad is tired of you wiping your dagger on him. Quit doing that.
Should I want to tend to the wounds of my comrades?
I think only one of you got it. Wasn't it? You're Lurig. You're the only one that got a hit.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
In the thigh.
In the thigh. I have some bandages.
Oh, thank you. Great.
All right, I'll assume that you drag yourselves out of the woods and onto the road there, clean and bandage the wounds. Do you cast heal, or are you just going to bandage it up?
You know, I'm not in a bad situation. I think you should.
Okay. I'm looking at my sheet here, and it doesn't say heal. So, which is what I was expecting was heal, and it's not on here. So.
Well, we're fixed to take a 10-minute break. If you want to redo your spells to your liking, you
I think the bandage heals 1d2, doesn't it?
So on
What does?
bandages, if you get them to someone, I think it's within 4 melee rounds, you can heal using the bandages themselves. Let me double check
Right.
on that.
That's what I needed to look up. I think that because I've got a lot of bandages, I think we're good for minor wounds, and then I have cure light wounds. So don't have heal, and I have aid and first aid. So, well, yeah, aid will help because it'll do some temporary hit points.
Yeah, so on bandages, if you can get them to the wounded within 4 melee rounds of the wound, then you can get them patched up. But that was about 6, 7, 8 melee rounds ago that you got shot. So well, I think we're fixing
You
to take a
can't
break.
have any of my bandages then.
All right,
You
you
still
should
might
keep
wanna
them.
clean it up.
Thanks anyway.
I'll give you a drop of holy water.
Steve, could I recover my crossbow bolts to the ones that hit the targets, or the ones that missed? I assume are off.
Yeah, so I think you hit twice. Well, one you nicked,
Well, I
and
know
that
I.
was on one hit in the tree and one stuck in. So you can try the tree and the one stuck in him. Roll a
Okay.
d6. If you roll a 6, you break off the head of the bolt as you extract it
Okay.
from the bolt.
I rolled
Well,
Now,
two
this
some
fives.
really
This-
wise castle keeper,
Yeah.
like in the last week or two, told me that players should always shout things to each other while
Yes.
they're in combat, and that quivers should always be empty.
Yes.
I heard that somewhere. Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard that just
yeah,
recently somewhere.
just recently,
like-
just a few
like
days ago,
yesterday.
I think.
Mhm.
yeah.
But
Steve, was I able to recover my hand axe?
So that was going to be a little harder. Give me a spot check on that. I mean, you went throwing wild into this giant cavity that the primal druid opened up into the earth here beneath this falling oak tree.
A 6.
Nah, you look around.
That's secondary.
It depends on how long you want to look. You look for about 10, maybe 15 minutes, and you just don't see it.
okay,
I don't want to hold up the whole party, so
They got some.
my
sharp
spell
metal.
slot that I stole only lasts an hour, so I will use it to cast Cure Light Wounds, much as I'm loath to do these things on the monk if he needs it.
I feel bad
Thanks,
that
boss.
I missed out on like binging him when I should have. Can I help him look?
No,
For
yeah, I
his-
mean, you've been looking around. It's probably sunk into the mire of the dark and full.
So
It'll
you
be
can
something
have
else pressure in the future.
you can have
Take-
1d8 hit points back.
D8.
Great,
1d8.
go ahead.
Grab some of those knives.
All right.
Those will work.
Does
just as
anyone
good.
grab the knife?
3. Yes.
No.
Oh God.
Not me.
Yes, please.
No.
Please.
No.
Lurg, pull
Help
the
yourself
knife
to all
out.
the knives you want.
Nothing
I'll use
point-
one of their. Steve, could I use one of their knives to behead the 2 shamans that we just killed? I'd like to put their heads nailed to a tree.
All right, good deal. All right, you cut their heads off their spiny little necks. Cut. They hardly bleed when you do so, and then
Yep.
you use one of their own daggers to hang the head, I assume.
Yes.
Or you just hang it from a tree. All right.
I'll take one of their daggers, drive it into the trunk of a tree, and hang their heads from it.
All right, good deal. As a warning to their comrades.
That's right.
All right.
Don't screw with us.
Mark.
Y'all did amazingly well. Those are they got a lot of magic, but y'all did well. The sleep spell did very, very well. Great, because I was just about to entangle everybody, and then you sleeped me and knocked me out of the trees. All right. So I think we're fixing to take a break, but I do want to get you guys forward just a little bit. You bandage up, clean up, what have you. Sun comes down a little bit. It warms up. This is really only about 9 in the morning that all this happens. The sun begins to burn off some of this fog, so you got a slightly easier walk. But as you get back out onto the road and begin moving in the westerly direction as you were headed, the water lurg that you heard easier, you all discover what it is within a few minutes, about 100 feet before the battle, or 100 feet further on down the road. You can see that part of the road is just given away. Wait 1 second. Part of the road is given away, and you've got this chasm that's just cut into it. Clearly water running off of the hill to your right, and the rainstorm weakened the ground to a point that part of it just gave way. So you've got a chasm in front of you about maybe 12 feet deep, about 6, 7 feet wide on either side of the road. It begins to shallow out to your left as you go into the forest in that direction. The water inside it in the chasm is not horrific. I mean, it's running pretty good. But as it comes out on the other side of the road, you can see where most of the flagstones of the road have gummed up, created a small dam, and the water's hitting that, jetting into the air, and then going down and into the forest further. And Lurg, that's the sound that you heard So you actually got sort of a little bit of a bridge if you went down into the chasm, down it and across the flagstones, if that makes sense to everybody. But it's going to put you a little bit into the woods and south of the road, maybe 30, 40, 50 feet, something like that. And I think that's where we're going to take our break. I will let Chuck. Chuck, are we on break officially? I can hear you. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
In live shows such as Stephen Chanel's Ask Me Anything and his renowned GM Tricks of the Trade, as well as miniature painting, product updates like the World of Arid on World Anvil, live tabletop games, and much, much more. Just give us a follow to be notified when we are live. Trollord Games. Join the fray. Trollord Games. Join the fray.
Tired of it raining in your game, Steve. Just tired of it.
I'm really enjoying this whole beard thing. I feel like I'm hiding behind a mask. It's great.
Well, and you got to jump right past the itchy part, so you're good. I had a beard for the longest time, and when I cut it off, every time I try to grow it back, I can't get through the itchy part. I just someone like, shave it off.
Yeah, I grew this one pretty quickly. It took me about 3 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe some type of sorcery to make my beard grow quickly. But there you go. All right, so we left off with you guys on the edge of this chasm that's broken up, that's just been carved into the road in front of you. You've got about 10, 12 feet of distance between you and the other side of the road, and it in itself is about 15, maybe 20 feet deep down into it, or you can do whatever it is you're going to do. So what is the thought here? You got a lot of water running in front of you.
Kind of like the chasm on the stand.
The stand. Did I ever see that?
Did you watch I thought you were watching the new season
of the stand. Oh yeah, I haven't. No, I'm only on episode 3 or something.
Oh.
No.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, damn it. Well, now I have something to look forward to. I have no memory of anything, so I won't remember any of it.
So I'm going to cast Floating Disc, and that's going to last for 5 hours and be able to carry 1,000 pounds.
Okay.
And then we can just kind of scoot right across this, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't think you guys are more than 1,000 pounds. There's 5 of you, probably. Yeah, right at maybe, I guess.
It might have to take
go back and forth.
Let me see how big it is, but we might have to take individual trips.
Depends. When it comes to species, are dwarf women heavier or lighter than the men usually? You know, sometimes the female's bigger, sometimes she's smaller.
They're about the same.
So it's
okay.
3 feet diameter.
If it means anything to you, in air, dwarven women don't have beards.
Oh, well then. I think Chuck will be disappointed.
Yeah.
But to play on this stream, you have to have a beard because all the rest of you guys have beards.
Yeah, everybody's bearded. Players are all bearded. There you go. All right. So what did you find out on the floating disc?
Floating disc is 3 feet in diameter, so we'll have to go over one at a time, but it can carry up to 1,000 pounds.
Okay. And
so
what's
who wants to
How far away?
It can come. It can go 50 feet away from me.
And how far do we have to go?
Did you take yourself? I'm sorry. Did you take yourself over first?
Oh no!
You gonna stand in the middle?
Well, we'll have to go over one at a time. Perhaps someone else should go first.
How wide is the gap again? 10 to 12.
About 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Okay, I just jump across with my boots.
Oh, that's right. You got the boots.
Carrying my fox under my armor, and then I calm him down afterwards and reassure him.
Foxy.
All right, so you leap across the chasm, get to the other side with relative ease, and then you summon the floating disc, picking that up. Who's going to go? Well, Pete's already there. Primal Druid's on the other side. Who's next?
I'll tie my silk rope around my waist and hand one end to whoever's remaining on this side, and then I'll ride the disc over.
Okay.
You don't need a rope. My
just in
concentration
case I fall off.
They don't trust me. Great.
I think I'm trying
my surfing skills aren't that good.
I think I have to decide: do I ride the disc or do I ask Lurag to toss me?
Yeah, do what you will. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
When he gets over there, Cristobal is going to ride the disc over.
All right, so that
I'll
puts
go
everyone.
next.
All right, and Lurig, that's you. You're the last one to cross the chasm.
Yes.
All right, nothing bothers you guys as you navigate that with the wizard sorcery. Get on the other side.
Au contraire, I stood on a disc to get across a chasm. It bothered me.
Other than that, other than the vertigo, you get onto the other side.
Before we take off, Steve, I'm gonna see if I can load some big boulders onto the disc and have it floating about 30 feet in the air, 20 feet ahead of us.
Okay, the only real boulders that you see are the flagstones of the road itself that kind of got washed down. Otherwise, you're gonna have to take a few minutes and bust up some of the flagstones around you and use those.
I'll take a few minutes to load up about 900 pounds on the disc,
Okay.
and then just have it floating above us, good 25 feet in the air, 20 feet forward in front of us.
I want you guys to know that this road has been here for like 300 years, and you guys have already busted up 2 huge.
I was gonna say, does it have to be stones? Can't you just load up logs?
Y'all are just wrecking the road as you go through the woods.
The chasm already wrecked it.
Well, that is true. Yeah, it carved a pretty big hole into it.
We're just plucking the pieces out of the chasm now.
Yeah,
You're saving them
take some
from
loose ones.
certain doom. All right. So, how long does that floating disc last as you push it down?
5 hours.
Okay, so you're good for well into the afternoon before the disc actually gives away. All right, so you guys move out, head off down the road itself. The further you get down and into the darkened fold, you can tell the less traffic that you've run into. The bridge that you guys crossed over a day and a half ago, over the Powder River, was actually a large stone bridge and very, very much intact. There's a small village in that area called Willow Break, and then there's another small village called Elm, or a town called Elm. That there's enough traffic that the track itself actually is manageable. But as you guys are moving forward, the deeper you get into the forest, you can tell there's just far less traffic, far less usage. The forest begins to encroach upon it ever more. The deeper you get into it, small saplings start springing up in and around the road. You can tell that it's not just you that's done so much damage to the road. At places, it's just almost completely disappeared underneath the turf, sunken into the ground. And it would best that you have at this point, roughly about the time your spells, you got about an hour or so left, as the road becomes this sunken indentation in the forest. You can see flagstones occasionally in it, but you're really, and by indentation, I don't mean it's not like 4-foot berms on either side of you. It just drops maybe a foot or two down where the ground is actually sunk, where the road was carved into it, and the forest is kind of grown up around it. This is your only kind of track that you easily follow after about, like I said, about 2 or 3 in the afternoon, even as your spells begin to disintegrate. The road, it almost fades. You can follow it only by this indentation, but at that point, you start running into rifts in the ground and coils in the ground that distract you from where actually the road might be. So everybody give me a wisdom check.
Crystal Ball got a 17, not prime.
All right, Jennifer.
27, including the 6 for prime.
Good sweet Lord, Willie.
8, not prime.
All right, Moss.
17 prime.
All right, Lurig.
21 secondary.
Okay, you guys actually managed to keep on what you're relatively certain the road throughout the afternoon. Now, about that point, the spell begins to dissipate. You let it go, Ape.
I'm quickly looking for something evil to drop the rocks on their head. Since you thwarted my clever thinking with your time management.
It was well thought out. All the monsters
I can
following you along the side.
I can do a quick detect evil 50 feet in case there's something just buried under the earth.
Cow, even an evil cow, I'm going to drop the rocks.
Just the forest.
Oh,
itself.
Cristobal, not the cows.
So by evening fall, you guys, you're relatively certain that you're still on the road as you wind through the forest. It gets the temperature drops a little bit as the sun sets. You can tell just the overhanging clouds begin to thicken, and you can all feel the moisture on the air. You're probably in for a rainstorm at some point in the evening. So what's the camping plan here?
Is there any kind of shelter?
You've got trees on the left and right side. To the north, you've got a lot of broadleaf oaks, but these tend to hang very, very low to the ground, which basically means you could get decent shelter, but anything in those trees above could easily fall upon you. On the left, to the south of the road, the ground is a little bit more broken up. It's still kind of wet, like Lurig had discovered earlier. But you've got a good patch of maples and quite a few sycamore, which also have broad leaves, but their branches tend to be a little bit higher up, so it give you more distance between the ground and those trees, depending on whichever risk you want to do. But you're going to have to get under any cover. You're going to have to get off the road, without a doubt.
Yeah, I've got an oiled ground cloth if we want to tie them up in the trees like a shelter, just to keep out of the rain.
I
Okay,
vote sycamore.
All right, sounds good. And we'll go off to the left then.
Okay, as we've all been traveling together before, you're all well aware that I can cast a little cantrip called Dry Patch, which will dry up enough of a patch for us to rest on.
Brilliant.
So find a tree, I'll dry up the ground underneath, and then we can
You have
pitch
foiled
camp.
my weather for the last time, Pete.
Lightning, make it lightning.
Another druid comes into the wood. He's gonna throw lightning on you. All right, so you guys move 60, 70 odd feet off, find a pretty good solid sycamore. Its white bark actually gives you a little bit of light, where I described earlier that most trees absorb the light from campfires and lamps and whatnot. This tree actually has a nice white, grayish bark on it that reflects just a little bit and gives you a little bit more ambient light than you've grown accustomed to. Are you keeping watches, anything like that? Or are we?
I'm gonna put. I've got string and a bell that I'm gonna tie around a few trees to kind of make a little perimeter around us. 50 feet of string, and then I'm gonna put Balthazar up in a tree while I get some sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, did the fox and toad do anything like earn their keep?
Well,
He can alert. He can alert me if he sees anything coming.
Yeah, and the same. The fox can stand guard, but he can't stand guard all night. He's got to get some sleep too. So.
Okay.
I'm quickly researching a spell.
Great.
Okay.
Take first watch.
About every minute and a half, you hear mosquito, and he eats it, and then fly. And then you get no rest all night.
I'm gonna let him know only if it's something a little
Well,
bit.
when I retire, I'm going to open a bar called the Frog and Toad. So I mean, the Fox and Toad.
Oh, there you go. That's a great name. All right. So am I hearing you guys right? You're going to rely upon the fox and the toad to keep watch that evening.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah. I'm sacking out.
I love the fox and the toad. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Fantastic.
That was a great response there. All
right. I'm toying. I'm running out of spells, but I might want to burn one on alarm. What do you guys think?
It sounds like it might be a good idea. And if you sleep, do you get them all back?
Yeah, let the spellcasters go down for a full rest, and the rest of us can stand.
Steve, can druids use higher spell slots to cast lower level spells?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I still need to do it. Okay, I'll set up an alarm spell to keep.
What's the duration on that guy?
I was just trying to look it up.
Surely it's 8 hours. Surely it's
20 minutes.
Pretty useless if it's not. But.
Get a little.
You get 15 minutes of rest that night.
Yeah.
As your hours.
And then the alarm goes off.
Right.
Alarm 2 hours per level, so 10 hours. So.
Okay. So
that's nice.
Yeah, and it'll trigger either a mental or audible alarm. If it's mental, it will just wake me up quietly and make me alert. So I'll take a mental alarm and I'll wake the others up if I need to.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm going to cast Endure Elements.
Okay. All right. Well, between Endure Elements, Dry Patch, and the oilcloth, you guys managed to stay dry when the rain hits. It hits roughly about 10, and it is a horrific downpour. It rains and rains and rains to the point that the sound of it kind of disturbs your sleep. Not so much that the spellcasters can't get spells back, but the ground you're on is at a slight angle, and the water is just pouring everywhere, getting into your backpacks everywhere, except where the dry patch is. What's the area effect on that?
Second up to 10 square feet.
So I assume that you guys keep everything in the dry patch, and the water kind of hits it. And much like you would do building a little trench around your encampment to allow such water to flow, the dry patch serves that, as it just kind of sends the water in every which direction. Are you keeping anything lit, any kind of lantern or anything through the night?
I have dark vision, so at least not through the first watch.
Okay.
Well, I think it's better not to, because it will just draw attention. We have the alarm, so it's not like we need to look out for things.
The dwarves have dark vision, so we're okay.
Okay.
We don't need to stay warm.
No.
Yeah. Well, there's no staying warm, that's for sure.
Well, you cast Endure Elements, didn't you? So we should be okay for that.
To be clear, though, Lurig, you're the only one who keeps watch. I don't think anyone else volunteered. Do you?
Well,
I was getting that impression.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Kenrick, thank you.
The sorcerers are determined to rely upon their magic one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right. So
let the spellcasters go for a nap. Yeah.
That is true. They gotta get their mess back. All right. So both of you guys on first, Lurig, you taking first watch. Give me a let's do a wisdom check on that. Is it a prime?
No, it's not.
Okay.
16.
You're sitting there, and like I said, it's raining. Once it begins raining at about 10 or so, and it's so noisy with the rain hitting the leaves and the splatter and all of that. And then, of course, when it begins running past the dry patch and cascading down in two small waterfalls. But you do, even beyond all of that, you do hear probably the wind, but you do hear an unusual amount of creaking going on. Just branches in the wind moving, trees that get shifted a little bit, not shifted, but, bend in the wind, what have you.
Mhm.
They just make noise, branches rubbing up against one another. There just seems to be enough of that you become aware of it after a little while.
And I can't see anything.
It is. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, you can see there's trees all around you. When you're looking, there's nothing in particular that kind of stands out to you. Sometimes the patches are darker. Sometimes the patches are not. Everything's moving because of the wind. The foliage is kind of going left and right a little bit. And of course, as the clouds thicken and then lighten up, moonlight comes through, but the ambient light kind of goes and wanes and whatnot. But you can't make anything out. Crouched, underneath the tarp and with the dry patch and endure elements and all of that.
Okay, I'm going to try to. Is my enhanced sense of smell picking anything up?
Give me a wisdom check on that. Or actually, sorry, give me a primary attribute check on that. So that's going to be whatever the monk was at. Constitution?
Okay.
Yeah.
Constitution, yes. 18.
There's an unusual, when you start really kind of focusing your half-orc, ability to smell things. There's quite a bit of soil. You just smell fresh soil.
And that's something we did not have earlier in the.
Not
notice earlier in the evening.
Yeah, you didn't notice it. I mean, and obviously you're sitting here bored off of your skull, listening to the rain fall, for hour after hour.
I'm gonna creep over and wait, Kenrick.
It's not my shift, is it? God darn it, son of a.
I know, but I'm hearing things and smelling things out in the woods, and
It must have been those iron rations. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify? You say soil. You mean like earth, ground, not like night soil, right?
Yeah.
No.
Just checking.
Yeah,
Good question.
good question. Okay, I'll get up.
I really don't want to wake up the rest of the party. They need their rest.
Yeah.
Sorry to bother you.
No, that's good. Good call. Good call. Let's
So you want to
tell.
take one side of the patch, and I'll get on the other side of the patch.
Yeah, let's double team it. I got my dark vision out and sort of scanning and listening the way whatever Lurag has described to me.
After a moment or so, maybe a minute, you begin to hear the same kind of creaking noise that's going on. You don't
Okay.
particularly necessarily smell any soil or anything like that, not being
No.
a half orc, but
No.
there is. It just seems to be a lot now. Whether that, is it a heavier storm coming in or wind coming in? It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Now, assuming you both are still under the tarp.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't mind going and investigating if that's required. Get the jump on whatever's coming after us. You want to hang here?
Direction?
Like, is the creaking noise from a certain direction, or is it just the general creaking amongst all the woods?
Once you start focusing on it, it seems to be coming from the north more than anywhere else.
From back towards the road.
Yeah, back towards the road.
I'm willing to go look. You got
Maybe
monk stealth, or should we let everybody know we're going to take a look?
I think if we're going to move away from the party, we probably should wake everyone up, and which I hate to do with.
They're all dry and cozy.
Yeah, they're snuggled in there like hamsters.
If anything comes within 50 feet, the alarm will trigger. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel like we should leave the others.
Roll
Okay.
roll a dice. Roll a dice if
Well,
you can't decide.
well, we'll
High
sit
you
here
go,
with-
low you stay.
There you go.
Good man.
Well,
Hi,
I
we're-
don't want to ignore Kenry. What do you think? Do you really think we should go out and leave them defenseless?
Well, if we got this alarm spell, the alarm spell set, we can sort of focus our attentions to the north. Have my crossbow out, whatever missile weapons you got. We can just focus on that area and let the alarm do its work.
Okay.
Okay.
Do that. We'll just stay very alert.
Yep.
All right, so you two move out, heading north into the dark.
No, I think we're going to stay under the shelter of the tarp and focus our attentions to the north, right?
Okay. Oh, I misunderstood. So you're not going out. You're going to just.
I think I've been talked out of it.
All right. That's good. All right. So it rains on and on. The creaking continues quite a bit. At one point, the rain slackens and the creaking seems to get even louder. Foliage rolling back and forth, wind blowing, the whole mess. Somewhere around, I guess, around midnight, Lurig, you head on to bed, or you just gonna stay awake?
Oh well, I messed up my thing. I better let him get back a little bit.
Oh,
Woke him up.
Well, my shift is up. My shift is starting now. I'll take the shift. If you want to go sack out, and I'll stay alert for the next part of my shift.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So Lurig goes.
You bed down somewhere around maybe 3 a.m. or something like that. The rain slackens, gives up, dies off a little while, but you can hear it just running off and down this slight slope forever. I mean, it just goes on until the sun begins to creep up. The sun comes up, but barely gives any light as you all wake up, and you wake up to a slightly altered environment. You notice at first, Dwarf, as the light begins to peek through, you can see the terrain to the north of you. The rain has fallen so much that it has degraded the ground to the point that the trees here have almost been uprooted. There is this just ginormous tangle of roots, branches, small bushes, and everything that seems to be somewhat uprooted by the amount of water that came down. And going north and up into that is going to be extraordinary. Working your way back to the road that way is going to be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay.
It is a tangled mess.
Woohoo! We're going off roading.
So we look around and see if there's maybe a clear path off to the side. Look for an alternative route, maybe a game trail or something.
Yeah,
Looking to
like
the
it.
left and right, you can see that this mess, whatever kind of erosion happened, which is, I mean, it's a huge amount of erosion. Whatever happened goes for as far as you can see to the left and to the right. Now, you can't see that far because you're, you're in the darkened fold and it's still early morning. Behind you is a mess too. There is this tangled mess there, but running parallel to where the road was, it kind of opens up a little bit so that, and you're not, what I said, I think you went about 100 feet, 60, 80 feet off the road. So you're not too far from the road itself, but running parallel to the road, there seems to be a slightly open area there that you could probably weave your way through.
So we're in the middle of a washout. We're sort of secure
Yeah.
where we are, but everything terrain around us is sort of eroded. Okay.
Yeah. Druid, give me a wisdom check. Or primal
17
druid.
prime.
All right. It seems pretty unnatural. It's a huge
Okay.
amount of erosion.
This doesn't look like something I would expect to see in these woods. There's something more going on here. We should be careful. Huh?
So the amount of
You
rain
mean
we
like-
had wouldn't justify this much erosion.
No.
Okay.
You mean like everything else we've experienced in these woods so far?
Yes, that's right.
I know the Fae, but come on now.
All right, saddle it up. You're gonna try to get back on the road. Or you're gonna go parallel to it.
It looks we only have that one option, really.
Yeah,
I
I think
keep
we're
looking
gonna.
at my spell lists, and I thought there'd be something to help with this, but there's not.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to hack your way through, climb your way through if you want. I mean, absolutely, it's.
When the druid is stumped in a natural environment, we're in trouble.
Well, no, I can get me through it. It's getting you guys through it. That's the problem.
I mean, as long as
And now
it
the
kinda-
druid is the scout.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't weave away from the road, then eventually we should be able to maybe hook up with the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you head off down the track. At this point, you can only go two abreast. You have a different. I guess you were doing that earlier. So I assume the primal druid and Lurig, you're up front, and then the wizard and the two dwarves springing up the rear. Is that?
Yep.
All right. So the ground is an absolute mess. As you guys trudge through it, it's just wet, sodden, loamy soil. You move down out of that patch of maples and into a deeper part of the of an oak stand. That kind of snakes. You continue to follow this track. It seems to go relatively straight. None of you guys have decent direction sense outdoors except you, Primal Druid. So give me a wisdom check to see if you can tell vaguely which direction you're going.
16 prime.
Yeah, you think you're going due west, which is the road was heading in a mostly westerly direction. All of you guys know, having looked at maps previously, that at some point the post road does go north, but where that is in relation to where you guys are, it's that you couldn't tell. You would need a ranger for that. So after about maybe
Okay, just to be absolutely sure that I know if I have any doubt, then I will cast No Direction, which is a level 0 spell, and it lasts for 1 day, and I know which way is north for 1 day.
Okay. So knowing that the road goes in a westerly direction, you continue to guide everyone west on this track or stay on the track. Is that you just have the
Yeah.
spell, I suppose, so you'll know where in the hell you're headed in one way or the other. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd
Well, I know
just
which
like
way
to
is
note,
north, so if I know the road is west, then I go west.
Okay.
I'd like to note that after yesterday, I'm sick of being snuck up on from behind. I'm gonna be checking behind us frequently.
Okay.
Why weren't you doing that before?
Well,
You're in the
Actually,
back for a
if you'll
reason.
recall, I was the only one doing that to begin with.
he didn't necessarily sneak up on us. He was just kind of standing out there.
Yeah. All right.
I spotted both the one guy and the group of guys.
So after about 2 hours or so, somewhere mid morning, the track just kind of this open pathway that you're following just kind of peters out, and you suddenly find that you're just kind of moving through the trees at this point. There's no discernible path in front of you. You're just in this broad oak stand of country that tumbles on, slight angle going down, so you can tell that to the south of you it goes down a little bit. And where you are in relation to the road is beyond you. You're really not even certain how many miles you've moved.
Is it still blocking us to the northwest, or can we move? Can we move in a more northerly direction through the trees since there's no path?
Yeah, at this point, there is no path, and you can start going north if you're so inclined.
Yeah, let's make our way
Yeah.
back to the route,
To the road.
the road, if we can find it.
Do it.
You move about an hour or so, give or take, and you come to a pretty broad shelf, a rocky shelf, a little creek running nice to it, and it runs in kind of a north-southwesterly direction. The earth here is somewhat disturbed, so clearly the rain moved through here quite a bit. You've got quite a lot of trees growing up right up to the edge of the shelf, root systems hanging over, what have you there. You want to clamber up this thing. It's probably about 14 feet tall, give or take.
So if we traveled an hour to the north and we didn't hit the road, that means the road is to the east and it already turned north. So do we want to hit east instead of going up this shelf?
Well, if it's only 14 feet, I can jump up there and take a look from the top. Maybe there's a good view up there.
Could the shelf be the road?
Good point. I'm going to jump up and take a look.
Using your boots of springing and striding. All right, so you leap up to the top. Give me a spot check.
12 prime.
Looking about, you don't see anything that in your immediate environment that would tell you that you're near the road. You possibly could, but you do see. So off of the shelf here, the country dips down into this broad valley, and where you're standing on the shelf, you can see maybe quarter of a mile down, maybe half a mile down, the tops of the trees. As it dips down into this valley, you can clearly see where there's a river in that valley, probably a very small one. Then it climbs back up, and you can see this absolutely monstrous old tree sitting there, huge branches sprawled out, easily probably a bowl that's a good 60 feet wide, which is completely, I mean, it's just huge, probably maybe 130, 140 feet tall. And getting into that tree, you certainly could see for miles and miles around. If that was, if you're looking for a vantage point to kind of get your bearings, and you would see the road presumably, simply because the road's going to be much like a river. When you're in the forest, when you're looking at trees, from any clearing, you can see where roads and rivers cut through them.
Okay, I shout down to the others, tell them I can't see much from up here, but looks like there's a huge tree up ahead. If we head in the right direction, from the top of that, we should be able to see anything. So, want to head over there? Let's check it out.
We?
Yeah,
Well, I can leave you here if you like.
Well, if we don't need to go over to the tree because we already know the road's to the east. Then, if that's not the road that you're on.
Well, there's no road here. I can't see any road from up here.
Right. That means the road turned north, and we're still parallel to it. So that means the road has to be to the east.
Can I take a look at your map?
Well, we went this way, and then we turned north.
Yeah.
And we didn't hit the road, so that means the road went this way too.
Or the road was washed away. We went right over it without noticing.
So how do you think, even if we climb the tree, how are we going to see the road if it's gone?
Well, it'll still be a cut in the forest where the road was, because the trees didn't grow there.
I think the road's to the east. I mean, if you don't see any kind of cut from 14, 15 feet up above, and we know we didn't pass it.
I look up at the trees that are significantly higher than 14, 15 feet, and then I look back at the wizard and I'm like, yeah, you got the smarts, but the application.
Well, we know we haven't passed it, right?
We haven't passed it yet, no.
So it's not to the west, it's not to the south, it's not to the north, unless it turned north. So it's got to be to the east, or it's more north.
Or it's more north, yeah.
It's either to the north or to the east. So,
right.
Which way do you think we should go? Northeast.
Well, which way is the giant tree?
That was to the north, I think you said.
The
West.
giant tree is a little bit to the north and west.
So to the northwest. And how far?
Half a mile, maybe a mile, give or take.
Okay. So it's not too far to the northwest. We can get
Right.
there within
So
half an hour.
if we initially started walking parallel to the road, and we know that the road turns north at some point, and then we turn north and walk for an hour, and we didn't come across it, then it's got to be to the east. But we're going north anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Can
The
I just
road-
carry this scenario a little bit further here? Let's presume we get to the tree. I'm not going up it. Are you going up it?
I'll be right back. Y'all figure out what you're gonna do. Let me know.
I look at the monk.
Because
You're
there are
good at
things
climbing, right?
in the trees that want to kill us.
I mean, we got to go either north or east anyway. So I mean, if we're headed north, still trying to find the road, then we might as well hit the tree. It's on the way.
Has anything killed us yet? I'm
No,
not
Not
dead,
even
but-
close.
Hit the tree. I will happily hit the tree for you.
With Steve gone, we know the next thing that's going to kill us is at the tree.
Look, with
Yes,
Steve
but if-
gone, we know the next thing that's going to kill us is wherever we go.
Exactly.
Yes, right.
So we might as well go to the tree and make it entertaining.
Sounds good. If that's the reasoning, I can get with that.
This is where I find out the tree's roots this time are a little bit bigger than the sinkhole spell.
All right, so that means we all
It's
have to
yeah.
jump.
He's fashioned this tree bigger than the diameter of your spell.
So you need to drop a rope down so we can climb up the edge of this little cliff here.
What is this climb that you speak of?
Oh, we lost Steve completely.
We lost Steve still there. We lost
Yeah, we lost
Chuck.
No, Chuck's there.
Nope. Chuck's back.
We lost our
lost-
half orc.
That's right. We lost Scott.
Hey,
There he
guys,
is.
sorry about that.
No problem. Nothing happened.
Okay, so yeah, I
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah, I
don't
should
tell him
probably-
that. We made a decision that got you killed.
Every time.
well, you were gone, Steve. We won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It was an anti-TPK. We killed all of the NPCs without you even knowing it.
All right. So what have we decided to do?
Christabel, you want to tell him?
Yeah, he's gonna. Our monk's gonna drop a rope down to us so we can climb up this little cliff, and then we're gonna head to northwest to the big tree.
Okay, so you're actually going to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. good
It's
enough.
too enticing to pass
I
up.
was gonna say, especially for Moss.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Let's
so,
take another one down.
All right. So you guys, it doesn't. Everyone, give me a quick dexterity check, unless you roll horribly low, a 1 or a 2.
We're
I
good.
don't need to hear about it. So
They keep using this term climb. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I think that it means that I'm going to tie a rope to my middle and they're going to pull me up.
okay. So you're not even going to try to climb. You're just going to be hoisted
Yep.
up.
Hoisted her up.
Did anyone roll a 1 or a 2 on that check?
No, 19.
No, I rolled a 5.
Okay. Almost.
Almost.
All right, so you managed to get yourself up onto to the ledge without any problem, and you can tell as you begin to angle north. The trees here actually, it's a younger stand of trees. Branches are all over the place, growing up and down the boles, woven into one another. And as you kind of run into them, it almost naturally sends you in that northwest direction. You can try to plow north if you want, but going northwest seems to be just the easier path to follow as you do so. And Druid and Wizard via your Toad, so only add his hit dice to your check. Give me a Wisdom check. Actually, Jennifer, you do as well.
25 prime.
Okay.
It's gonna be a 4 for the Balthazar.
Poor Balthazar. He's just not paying attention.
He's
13 prime.
exhausted. He's exhausted from keeping watch.
That's right. All those mosquitoes he ate. He's just sleeping it off right now. Druid, as you're moving down and then following this, you just get this feeling of hostility just all around you. There just seems to be this sullen anger hanging in the air, in the moisture, in the patches of fog, and just everywhere, as if you're being watched.
I'm sorry, this is different than before.
Slightly different than before.
Are you guys feeling that? Do you feel the enmity in the forest? There's something here that does not want us. Huh?
I feel the pain around my middle. Couldn't you guys have been more gentle pulling me up?
Hang on, did you take the rope off?
Damn, I knew I forgot something.
Oh, the pain.
There's something not right here. I know this is something new, but we're going to need to be alert.
Okay. Does anyone take any extra precautions doing any one thing or the other, or?
I'm looking very carefully into all the trees for anything winged, spider-leggedy, flying, fey, ropes thing.
Anyone else taking any other precautions?
Can I do that detect evil, Steve? Because that was part of my class abilities for 50 feet. Yeah. Am I getting a feeling that this is bad news, bad mojo in this woods?
You get this. You kind of get, once you detect evil, you get that kind of same feeling that the druid has. There just seems to be this evil all around. Everything's not evil so much as anger, maybe a sullen evil.
All right.
All right. Anyone else taking any precautions as you move down this slope?
I'll take a crossbow. Just have it ready.
Do I smell anything?
Give me a check. Just going to be a con check for you.
14.
Nothing smells. Nothing unusual. You've kind of grown accustomed to the smells around you, and that soil smell that you were smelling the evening before doesn't return. About a half hour passes, and you guys move pretty easily down this slope. You can tell the slope starts going at a sharper angle as you go down. Begins to labor you somewhat. And then you come to a flat area. You're relatively close to where that tree is, but all out in front of you is this mucky peat bog. A few inches of water with peat grass all over the place. Just is, hundreds of feet stretching on and into the forest and to your left and to your right.
We can see like the giant tree, right, and be towering over the horizon.
You've got to be close to it, but from the tree line, from within the tree line where you are, you can't see it. You should be able to see it if you move out and into this open area. But again, it's wet. I mean, and it's clearly all the runoff, from the previous storms have placed you here. Have placed the water.
Can you leap up in the air?
Sorry, say that again.
I was wondering if you could leap up into the air and take a look.
Take a look. Sure. I'd jump up 15 feet in the air and
try to look. You'll have to get it. You'll hit a tree if you do that. You'll
try and grab a tree branch and
fall slowly so you see more.
Moss. Never mind.
Moss plummets back out of the trees. You can go out into the clearing.
So Cristobal isn't keen on getting his robes dirty. He's going to cast floating disc and sit Indian style on the disc.
That's crisscross applesauce.
Yeah, you're determined to stay dry one way or the other.
And I'm probably going to hover. I'm going to hover like 7-8 feet above the bog.
Okay. All right. You guys heading out and into it.
I don't mind the water so much as the mud.
Yeah.
Can we rope ourselves to each other, the ones of us that are having to slog?
Yeah, absolutely. Is that what you do?
Sure.
Yeah.
They're
So
up
that
for
when
it.
I fall down, you can drag me
You
along.
can pick you back up.
They want to say it.
Just pulling this wave of mud behind.
You
All
hear
right,
behind us.
Wizard crawling into his disc and beginning to hover, and you guys rope yourself off, get yourself tied up, about to move into it. Behind you, up the hill, you hear this deafening roar. It's loud, it's guttural. It sounds almost as if something is choking, but it's extremely loud. Everybody, give me a Constitution saving throw. I'm sorry, charisma saving throw.
Charisma, even better. Thank you.
Yeah.
6.
18 non-prime.
6.
Not prime.
I don't think it matters one way or the other. All right,
11
so
secondary.
okay,
15 prime.
15 prime. All right, Wizard, would you get
20 non-prime.
20 non-prime? Pete.
18 non-prime.
All right. That the roars, it's just unsettling. It rattles you a little bit. You suddenly feel like you're being hunted. What's the reaction? Do we start boot scooting it across the muck?
Came from behind us.
Yeah, up the slope.
Do you think that it would be worth it for me? No, I don't think they're close enough. But would it be worth it for me to cast Sound Burst? See, because I'm taking that advice that this anonymous guy gave me, like in the last week, that people should talk to each other.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
So the dwarf asking a question to clarify.
Yes, the dwarf is asking the question, not me. I can make a really loud sound
I can
from
lay
any point up to 50 feet away in a 20-foot diameter, so I can even make it be where we can't hear it.
That could be good. I can also lay a false trail, and if I lay a false trail in the direction that you made the sound, then anything trying to track us will hopefully assume that's the correct trail and follow the false trail that way. So,
Well, the other thing is the sound burst will actually do damage to anyone.
Yeah.
So I would really want to know approximately where they are. So if anyone can
I'd
determine
recommend.
that.
I'd say save it until you know what you're going to shoot it at.
All
It's
right.
Drop it
behind
on
us.
drop it on their head, but you gotta know. You got to be able to aim it. Like
Right. And while they're still far away.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's keep moving toward the tree, and then as soon as we see it, sounds pretty big, so we should see it pretty quick. Once
Does
we get
anybody
out
have
clear.
Does anybody have a way to set a moving alarm, something that stays 50 feet away from us?
That would be the resounding silence.
I guess
I even might and not know it.
all
This
right,
boggy
so-
patch is kind of clear, Steve. We can sort. There's not much trees in the way. It's a meadowy swamp sort of thing. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You probably got about a half mile of just open country before you hit the tree line again.
If the druid casts alarm on the floating disc, I can keep the floating disc 50 feet behind me.
yeah.
You would get down off your high disc.
I mean, for the group, I'll get in the mud.
You would get down off your high disc for us. Thank you so much.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Eh?
Can you cast alarm on the floating disc?
Does it work that
Yeah.
way, Pete? Can you cast it?
I'm quickly finding it, but alarm is actually a small animal that monitors for me, so I don't see why a small animal couldn't sit on the disc.
There you go.
Is that what we're going to do?
Sounds good.
Okay, then
All right.
I'm sorry. I need to say a prayer. Mordias, protect us from the pepperous evil of our enemies, and be as a doctor to our safety.
Excellent. Well done. A small Carolina wren comes flying down. It's a very tiny bird with a very long beak and an extraordinarily loud song. It lands on the edge of the disc, confused a little bit, trying to find the disc itself. But then it eventually alights there, and then you all trudge off and into this into this muck. Immediately when you do so, obviously you go in 3 or 4 inches. Unless you've got high hard boots, the water and the mud kind of wells up over the edges of your boots and into your shoes and soaks down into your shoes. It clings to your cloaks and your pants and anything else that you've got. It's just kind of a sticky nightmare. And you're maybe 15, 20 feet into it when you hear another one of these loud croaking roars off to your right. I assume that you guys keep crossing, depending
And
on
send the disc to
What
the
is
right.
the weather right now?
do what?
What is the weather right now?
It's cloudy, but no rain, no thunder, anything like that. No promise of a storm.
Has our vision cleared out now that we're in the clearing? I mean, there's still a bunch of trees around blocking.
No, your vision actually, you've got probably to your left and right, which is very, very roughly to the north-south direction. You've got open country for about 2 miles. And you got about a half mile of space between where, the edges of the trees, roughly east-west. And even as you move out into it, a little bit to your right and forward, you can see the top of this tree. It's clear. It's so huge. It's clear to see. So yeah, as you're moving out, you can see a lot easier.
So do we see anything to the right where the sound came from?
Give me a spot check. I'll assume that you're still moving, or do you stop to do a really good look?
No, I'm going to keep moving, but I do have elven vision,
Okay.
so I see for 2 miles and +2 on listening checks.
All right, give me a spot.
Did you want to send your disc that way so that if there is something over there, an alarm would go up?
Well, no, because there might still be something coming up from behind us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I did not realize that you were an elf until now.
That's all right.
We
15
just
on
talk
the
about it
dice.
much.
So that's a dirty 20.
Oh, very nice. Oh, good heavens. All right. Yeah, so you guys, you've moved maybe 20, 30 feet out, and you can see this one small berm that's kind of sticking out and into the bog, and on it is this old dead tree with no leaves. Just, the only thing left of this tree is a few 3 or 4 massive branches, maybe 60 feet up is the largest one, and you see quite clearly perched upon that branch a large dragon-like figure. It doesn't take you a moment to realize it's got 2 legs, a long tail, and the tail's wrapped around the branch itself. Its wings are kind of coiled back, and it's holding its head and long neck up, and it does that croaking roar again, and you recognize it as a wyvern.
Wyvern. There's a wyvern to the east. Quickly, to the tree. And I'm going to pick up pace heading toward the tree.
All right, and even as he shouts that and starts running, the little wren screeches and takes off flying like crazy.
Do I
Alerting
sound burst it?
you, Druid, to something behind you.
Oh, can I sound burst the thing behind us?
I assume you turn to look and to see what's coming over. Well, you see
Yeah.
another one of these creatures fly directly over the party. It's maybe 100 feet up, so I don't know what the range of your burst is, but it flies over, kind of in the direction you're going, but clearly as a hunting bird will do, looking for a target to strike it. It's looking down at you.
And this is
50.
this normal terrain for wyverns? This is where we would expect to find them naturally?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a few mountainous areas, small hillocks in the darkened fold where they'll nest, and then they hunt in any open clearings that they can find.
Okay.
How far are we away from the giant tree?
You've probably got about very, very roughly 2,000 feet between the 2 tree lines, and you've covered about 100 feet of it or so. And once you get up after this, if you're running, you can move at about 120 feet around. So you're roughly 10 rounds from the far tree line, 8 rounds, except the dwarfs moving a little bit slower.
Can we clarify how fast we're moving here? Because we got a couple of dwarves in the party.
True. So, Elf, you can get to...
You don't have to outrun the wyvern.
That's right. Just be faster than the dwarf.
All right, it pivots, swings back around, goes north a little bit parallel with the bog. What are you guys doing? Keep running, keep moving.
Do we want to head back to the tree, and head back to the forest, or head to the big tree?
I assume you're still running while you're doing it.
Yeah, let's get back to that. Let's get to the tree as soon as we can. Maybe they'll
Back to the big
do some
tree?
cover there. Yeah.
So now that
Okay.
the alarm went off, I'm going to jump on my floating disc. And correction to that, it only floats 3 feet off the ground.
Okay, all right.
So my plan with dropping the rocks wouldn't have worked anyway.
There you go.
If the wyvern comes within 50 feet, I will cast Charm Person or Animal.
Okay. Well, it certainly does. As you guys are running across that thing, like I said, it flew north, roughly parallel to the bog itself. It swoops back around, drops. The second one takes off from its tree branch as it does, but it goes high. And this one it goes low, dropping its legs from the ground, clearly angling for one of you all to scoop it up, to scoop you up.
So it gets within 50 feet of us.
And take you from wherever. So yes, it does. It's about 10 feet above.
I'm going to...
No. It can't be that close. I can't cast it that close.
No, I will charm it. Don't hurt it.
Okay. I won't. At this point, I'm not going to because I don't want to hit us too.
That's great. All right, so you can charm it at 50 feet. Is anyone doing anything before 50 feet? Are you shooting your bow or you are crossbow?
Well,
Billy,
if somebody says he's going to try and charm it, I'm going to let him take a shot.
But Wizard, you do anything you holding?
I'm going to keep an eye on the one that hasn't landed.
The one out in the tree? Yeah.
Now, to be clear, so Pete stops, the Primal Druid stops, pivots, and he begins to cast a spell.
Yeah, I tell them in advance that I will try and charm it if it comes within 50 feet. It's not going to be just a surprise.
Does everyone stop, or do you keep running? Or floating, as the case may be.
I'm with the just keep running crew just because I don't move so quickly. And stopping then is never a good idea because most things can move faster than me.
Yeah, the wizard's going to keep floating because if he fails and gets eaten, that'll give me precious time to get to the tree.
that is true.
That's good.
All right.
I'm just going to point out that I'm the cleric that's not casting within 20 feet of us that I don't hurt us. Okay.
Oh, right. When you sound burst, you're not going to do it so close that they're on top of you. And...
Well, I'm just pointing this out because I know that wizards like to walk into rooms and cast like these giant fireballs and just blow everybody up.
I've got fire. I'm waiting for the right moment.
I have time. To get unroped, or do I need to cut it?
You could have if you're gonna, because you guys are still moving. If you stop cutting, it's going to be really your only option at this point.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut it, but I'm
get dragged along.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with Moss though.
Okay, yeah, that's actually. I'm glad you remembered that. You guys are roped together, so even as you start running forward, trying to put some distance, the rope you're going to have to cut the rope to keep going. At least the one with Pete there.
Okay. Well, I think 2 dwarves will stay roped together.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly because I'm probably going to get cut off of. Lurog's going to cut himself off there, and I'm getting spiky things. I don't like sharp things.
Okay. All right, Wizard, you cutting yourself free? You...
Yeah, I never tied myself off because I was floating around on the disc.
Okay. All right. So you three continue to move on across the clearing. Druid squares off with the half-orc next to him. So what spell are you casting?
Charm Person or Animal, level 2 Druid. Exactly like Charm Person, but can also affect animals, beasts, and magical beasts.
All right. And your level is 5th level?
5th level.
All right. You utter whatever incantations you do, cast out the languages you do, and make calls and sacrifices. The wyvern absolutely has no reaction whatsoever. All it does is drops its legs just a little bit further, and it angles in. You're stopping and turning and holding your hands up as you cast. Clearly drew its attention and gave it a non-moving target to strike. So it's
no.
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 Right at you. So you cast that 50 feet out. I'm coming in. The other three members have moved about 50, maybe 60 feet away because I assume you guys are moving at full speed. Half-orc's next to you. Wyvern comes crashing down into you. But you get an initiative, you two half-orc, as the Wyvern is upon you.
This has gone horribly wrong.
A 9.
It's a Steve game. Does it ever go horribly right?
How can my magic fail me?
All right, so one of you got a 9. What did the other one get? Well, that's not very good. A little stunned by the cascading Wyvern. All right, so the Wyvern actually swoops in just out of instincts. Lurig, you kind of leap forward, take your swing. It's obviously angling towards the primal druid. Go ahead and swing.
Oh my gosh, natural 20.
Holy Christmas! Well, that hit.
Yes.
Holy Christmas.
All right, give me some damage. You cut it open along its flank, and it actually does. Remember, max damage plus a D4.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, hold on. 10. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and add your strength to that.
13.
All right. You carve into it, just ripping open part of its flesh along its rib cage and down into its midriff and abdomen, and it actually rips itself open on your blade because it's the force of its flight as it's attacking the druid carries it through your blade. But druid, you get hit nonetheless. The creature actually is not nearly as skilled as it thinks it is. You can tell immediately that it's not. It doesn't possess the ability to scoop you up and carry you off like a bird of prey. It more crashes into you with the full weight of its body as towards anything else. But as it does so, it's clawing and stinging with its tail. What's your armor class?
14.
Both claws just rake right through you. From that, you suffer 5 points of damage. Give me a dex check to see if you stay on your feet. Tail whips around. It too sticks into you.
12 prime on the dex check.
Dinger, just 1 point of damage on that, but I do need a saving throw from you.
What type?
Paralyzation.
Which is constitution.
Strength.
Poison, yeah. Sorry, con save, yeah.
Poison con. Okay.
Yeah, is it a prime?
Prime 22.
That's what you got? Prime 22?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
All right,
that's
so
it.
it sticks into you. You take a point of damage, your tail comes back out, but what'd you get on your dex check?
That was 12 prime.
It knocks you over to the ground. You go splattering through the muck and the mire. Wyvern on top of you, wings beating wildly, the stinger stabbing into you and claws on top of you, and it croaks real loud again, almost shouting this challenge as if it's already killed you. So you two have reacted. Dwarf, Willie, what are you doing as you see behind you and you hear the cacophony of just a mess behind you?
We were still moving, or were we?
Yeah, you're booking it towards the other side. You're about 60 feet away at this point, still roped together.
What do you say, Hagen? Keep moving.
How close are we to Lurog?
You're about 60 feet off.
Oh, yeah, I want to be.
The Wyvern moved past Lurog and knocked the druid over, so they're like just a few feet beyond and into the mire. You can't even see the druid you see his arms and legs sticking out of the way as he's trying to get back to his feet.
And
you see the fox running like hell to get out of there.
Is this the one that just attacked Lurog? Is now over at the druid, right? Okay.
Yeah. Only one on the ground right now. The other one's above.
And how far away is the druid from us?
60 feet.
Okay, so the druid and Lurug are near each other, or are they opposite directions, 60 feet?
Yeah, so you're like 60 feet. If you're here, they're over here about 60 odd feet.
Okay.
All kind of standing within a 20-foot area of you.
Okay, so we could actually cover 60 feet in one turn.
If you turned and started running back, next round you would get to it.
What do you think? We should go defend our comrades.
I'll cut the rope and take a shot with the crossbow at the one above us.
Okay.
You can only do one or the other this round.
Okay, then I'll cut the rope, and then let Hagen go do her thing.
Okay, and I'm gonna shout, "Spawn of Frafnog, Be thou cursed with pepper in thine eyes.
Ooh.
Are you casting Soundbird? Or is that just your battle cry?
That's just my battle cry. I can't
All
cast it if they're right next to it. Sorry.
Well, you can.
You can.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do 1d8 damage to my own dudes.
His
All right,
ears
so you
are
start
the
running
ears
in
are
that
ringing.
direction. Wizard, Wizard, what are you doing? You see your comrades turning around.
So once I hear the battle cry, I'm gonna stop my disc and I'm gonna fire acid arrow
Okay.
at the wyvern.
All right, fire away.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be a 6.
No, that doesn't hit. The acid arrow goes wild, dissipating beyond the wyvern. Ends that round, beginning next round. So the dwarves are closing. Wizard, go ahead and roll an initiative. Pete, an initiative, and Lurig, an initiative as well. Wyvern's on top of you.
7.
I'm giving messages over here. Who got a 7?
8.
6
All
for
right, got it, Willie. And so now
6.
you're running. You're running in this direction. Are you shooting
No.
this round, Willie?
No, I was staying with the wizard. I was cutting the rope to let Hagen go, and I was staying with the wizard to get a shot off.
Okay. Are you shooting at the one above? You actually
Yes,
looking up? It's
the one
actually
above.
to drop back down.
Yeah,
Pete,
expecting it to drop.
Yeah, I got an 8. So I guess I'm stuck underneath this wyvern at the moment.
This creature is on top of you. It's half on top of you. It's got its claw on your chest, and it's clearly fixing to sting again and come back down or come in on a bite. I mean, it is just on top of you. Its huge wings spread out. You can take an action, but you are knocked on your back. What did you get? Initiative, Lurig?
7.
All right. Are you swinging, I assume, or are you retreating?
Right, I'm
Yes,
casting.
I'm gonna. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go
Lurig.
ahead. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take a swing, but I'm also going to attempt a stun attack with that.
Okay. Okay. So now that means you can't. You've got to punch it. You can't close with your broadsword and stun attack with the broadsword. Is that correct? Or a stun
Okay.
attack just something you can do? I don't ever run monk, so I don't know.
As long as it was my primary, I believe.
The monk, the stun attack has to be open or a fist, I believe, unarmed strike.
That's what I thought, but
Okay, that's not the way I read it.
oh
No,
well.
This
okay, we'll go with
rules-like
that. I don't
game
want-
is
I don't
so confusing.
Yeah, it's your character. You read it. I'm not going to worry about it. So if you want to do it the broadsword, you're leaping in to try to smack into the broadsword. Just to let you know,
Yeah.
in my normal game, if I find someone's misreading their rules, I just dock them a huge amount of experience points and then move on. So,
Okay. To be fair, I really
Take
do
the
think
dock.
it's that.
yeah,
Take
I
the
don't,
dock. Say, yeah, no, you can take 1,000 experience from me. Sure, go ahead.
A 25 with all the stuff.
Nice.
Not a natural, but 25.
25 definitely hits. All right, Pete, what are you doing? You see the
Okay.
shadow of the half-orc leap forward, hacking into this creature. Lurig, go ahead and give me some damage. Pete, what are you doing?
Am I able to cast while I'm underneath it? I guess somatic is kind of difficult with a wyvern on top of me. Yeah?
So your arms are free. You can attempt to do that. So what's going to happen is you're going to have to make a wisdom check to begin with. If you fail the wisdom check, you lose the spell. You tried to cast it, it didn't work, it's gone. But if you succeed at the wisdom check, and I'm just going to warn you, it's going to be a pretty stout check that you're going to have to make. So
Okay, I draw the knife from my belt and just stab it.
go ahead and swing. You get
Keep
the
it
blade
simple.
out, thrust it up. Willie, take your shot. And Lurig, how
I'm
much
sorry,
damage?
just for flavor, can you explain exactly how large this is compared to the druid? I mean, he's pulling out his knife. Is he like giving it like toothpick pokes?
No. So this wyvern, its actual body, just not its neck or tail, is probably about the size of a lion. And then its neck is maybe 8 feet long with its head another foot and its tail probably 10 feet or so. So the creature's not gigantically huge. It's just half on top of him, putting the weight down, pushing him down into the marsh. So his dagger could conceivably do a chunk of damage.
No,
so
it
let's
can't. It's a knife. It does D2 plus 1.
do a little bit.
But plus
all add
one.
up,
So,
All right, Kurt, let's start with you. What damage did you do?
Steve, I got a 9 damage, and then he would have 3 rounds of stun if he doesn't make his saving throw.
Okay, and you're third level?
Yes.
All right, he does not appear to be stunned. You slam the 9-ring broadsword into the side of his head, trying to to knock it loopy somewhat. You knock some of the teeth out, bust part of the globe of its eye. It pivots its rage on you as it's trying to sting Pete, but it bites in at you. Willie, what did you get with your crossbow bolt?
Is the range medium or close?
Depends on you. Are you waiting for it to close because it's dropping down like a rock?
I'll take the close shot. I'll
Okay.
go for
So
the bonus.
at the end of the round, you're going to shoot, and next round it's going to be on top of the druid and the half orc there.
Okay, and I will take the shot.
Go ahead and take your shot.
It's a 18.
That hits, doesn't it? Yep, that hits.
Yep.
Good job.
Damage was
I don't have any idea.
damage was 4.
Okay. Wizard, before I act, you haven't acted this round. Would you get initiative?
I got a 1.
Oh, well, never mind. Then let me act, then I'll circle back to you.
Can I use my knife then?
Oh, did you? Oh, go ahead and swing. Yeah, absolutely.
So I rolled 18 to hit, and then I rolled a maximum of damage, so that's 3 points of damage.
Hey, every little bit counts.
Get off! Bloody
Screaming and stab the wyvern fox is tearing the hell out of there. Lurig, you hack into the creature, but it pivots around and bites into you. What's your armor class, monk?
15.
It chomps right into you, tearing through your robe. Is magical, isn't it?
Yes.
It bites into the robe. Its fangs pushing the robe into you. You take 7 points of damage. Yanks back out. Now, Pete, what's your armor class?
14.
The problem is that you're prone, so it's got a pretty good chance to hit you. It stabs in with that stinger, sticks you again with a stinger. Give me another, whatever I said, Constitution save. Good Lord, 1 point of damage. 1 point from the stinger, but now you got to make a save. 19
prime.
I think that's exactly. Yep, you made it. All right, so you can feel this poison pumping through your body, but to no avail. You fight it off. All right, Wizard, what do you got? You going to fireball him?
Did the other wyvern land?
It is landing on top of. It's fixing to hit the half orc right behind him. I mean, it's going to hit into the half orc.
So I'm gonna float 30 feet closer, and I'm gonna cast web on the one that's just dropping.
Okay, so now this round you're going to go forward 30 feet, and then you're going to attempt to throw web on it. But this round you're moving forward.
Well, so can I move and do an action?
No. If you're close enough, maybe. But at this point, you've got to move yourself forward to get in range of your spell. And you might want to read that spell.
The web spell's 50 feet.
You can throw from. You're about 60 feet away.
All right. So I'm gonna move. I'll move a little bit forward. And thought you could move and do an action.
Not in CNC. In some games you can. I think 3rd edition you can. There's like a half move, but there's only one action in CNC. But no, what's going to happen? Go ahead.
So can I double move?
Oh, that would still be your action. So you can definitely close. Yeah, you can definitely close within like 15 feet or something like that. Before you do any of that, though, real quick, look at that spell. That spell has caused all kinds of problems at my Tuesday game. I think you have to have 2 points to anchor it on.
You do, unless you want it to collapse on itself and then just drop. And so I'm thinking about summoning it right above it. Since it doesn't have any points, it's just going to collapse on itself and land.
Fall on it and do whatever. Okay.
Like a block.
All right. So this round you're hurling forward. So next round, everybody give me an initiative. All right, Jennifer, what are you doing specifically? All right, go ahead. Willie, you taking another shot?
No, I'm going to close combat.
Right. So this round you're running. Jennifer, last round you were running. So you've got 2 wyverns. One is falling upon the half orc even now. The other one is still tearing at druid. Which one are you going at?
The one that's on the ground that's been stinging everybody with its tail. I'm headed for that tail.
All right. So
by everybody, you mean the druid?
Yes. Yes. Well, wait a minute. I thought it was also going after the half orc.
He's got his own problems.
Okay. I got that. Wizard, you're going to be casting the spell and collapsing it. Lurig, Pete, I know what you're doing. Lurig, what did you get initiative?
Trying not to suffocate.
What did I get? 7.
Okay. You actually...
I got an 8.
No, I lied. That was early. I got a 5. Sorry, Steve. I got a 5.
Okay,
5.
all right. Well, then you don't get to act before the wyvern hits you because I got a 6. So suddenly, as you're hoisting your blade to terrain blows on this creature again. There's shadow all around you, and this gigantic weight crashes into the backside of you, and you can feel this wyvern just plunge into you. What did you say? 15 AC?
Yes, I'm going to deflect missile, Steve.
What? That might work. It just rakes down your backside for 5 points of damage. The Stinger 2 whipping around. Well, that's unfortunate. Even as it crashes into the earth, splattering muck, mire all over the place, the wave of that shit just rolls over you, Pete, clouding your vision. Stinger comes around and drives right into your midriff. You can feel it poke out the backside. It's clearly lanced some kind of organs. You take 10 points of damage.
Holy crap.
Oh,
I need you to make a Constitution save.
So your iron body should come into effect for this constitution.
15 prime on the con save.
No, not you, Pete. No, Pete. This was on the Lurig. This is.
Oh, right. Oh, phew. Oh,
Yeah,
that's not so
Lurig,
bad
you
then.
made
eh?
Take a
Lurig,
breather.
10 points of damage. Did you
That
get
was
that? That was to you, Lurig, not to me.
Oh, I was already crossing that off my sheet like I owed you.
Oh wait, oh you added the tail damage to me
Yeah,
too?
yeah, you got stung. The wyvern comes behind, rips open your backside, then its stinger tail comes around and stabs you in the stomach.
So that's the second wyvern, yeah.
Additional 10.
The second wyvern is on top of you.
Right.
So
And
so you took about what, 16 points of damage? Is that right?
yes.
Yes, and then I need a Constitution save.
All right. This okay, yeah. 13.
Doesn't work. Good lord.
Did you add your iron body to it?
No, I
Did you-
didn't.
If it's
+2.
if it's a disease, poison, paralysis, polymorph, petrification, or death attack, he can add his iron body.
Okay, so where does that land? First off, is it a prime? That's the first thing I need to know.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a prime. Yeah, 15 then.
Well, it still didn't help enough. All right, so
I should have been more adamant about having rolled an 8 on my initiative.
right. But you're attacking the other one, so we'll get to you in just a second. So as it stabs into you, you can feel this. Your skin begins to stiffen, your stomach stiffens, your leg begins to stiffen. You can feel this just poison coursing through your veins, but you still can take a swing. So you have two choices before you tumble down into a paralyzed state. You can swing at the wyvern in front of you, or you can swing at the one that's just mangled you. And you can see Pete slowly being pushed underneath the mire. He's going to drown.
I'm worried about my friend, so I will go after that one.
All right, take a swing.
Good man.
A 15?
That misses. You smash into the creature. It croaks and roars, but it continues to thrash at him. But you can feel that paralysis just kind of coursing through you. All right, so back over to the other mix here. Wizard, what were you doing? You were closing this round. You're dropping a web on the second wyvern. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I double moved last round. I got over here this time, and I'm going to drop it right above its head. So it's a 20 by 20, and then it's going to collapse on itself right on top of it.
Okay. All right. It does exactly that. As the wyvern's head is actually stationary just for a moment as it stabs, waiting for the poison to take effect. You drop that web on top of it, and it immediately leaps back, trying to roar, thrashing the web left and right. So that leaves Pete and Jennifer. Give me an initiative.
Mine's 8.
All right, good deal, Pete. What'd you get?
Okay. Oh, I can't remember. 2.
All right, Jennifer.
That's
swing.
not good. Yes, I would like to swing at the tail that is stinging things.
Swing. Hack away.
And I rolled an 11, an 11, which is 15. Wait, yes, 15.
No, you smash into its backside, but to no avail. It again bites down at you, Pete. It's just trying to push you down into the muck. Stabs
Sorry,
with its
Pete.
tail. Again, it misses, but it does manage to bite you. 7 points of damage again. It's just raking and tearing at your shoulder, clearly trying to dismember you. Go ahead and stab or attempt to cast a spell or whatever it is you're doing.
Okay, if I cast a verbal only spell that does not have a somatic component, which I finally found, having used everyone else's actions to look through every spell to see what doesn't, then I guess I'm okay, right?
All right, fire away.
Voice of the
Lift your head
Ancients.
out of the muck and summon your spell.
During the heat of battle, the cleric begins to chant old, sometimes forgotten hymns and songs of their order. The chant begins little more than a whisper, but slowly growing in power until the ground shakes with the thunderous bellows of 100-man choir. Chanting and echoing seem to come from every direction, and yet from one man alone. Those within the range of the spell must make a successful charisma save or stand in awe, doing nothing for 1d3 rounds. If after the initial d3 rounds the chanting continues, then they need to make another save. And the cleric can fight whilst casting, but cannot cast another spell. And this
Okay.
will last for 5 rounds.
What's the casting time on that?
3.
Okay, so that's good. So as you can, it's going to take 3 rounds for the full effect of that to actually impact the creature. But
Okay.
Yeah, you still do it. Or are you going to try to stab?
I'll still do it because there's 2 of them. It has a range of 50-foot diameter. And I'm going to stab him because I can stab and do it at the same time, apparently.
Just swing away.
That's a miss. 9.
You're just stabbing in at the creature. All right, so this is the end of the round. Willie, next round, you're into the mix. Which wyvern are you heading to?
As I was closing, I was making sure there's no other wyverns descending from cab rank. Okay. I will head for the one attacking Pete.
All right, so you leap into that fray. So let's do that. Let's do that round first. Initiative for the 3 of you guys. All right,
I got
Pete,
initiative 8.
Willie, go ahead and swing. Jennifer, would you get initiative?
I'm taking out the old flanged mace, and I'm going to use my chosen weapon effect for offensive focus.
Okay.
That's what gives me but I got to make a charisma check just to make sure I can use that. No, I failed it, so I'm just rolling normal.
Okay. Go ahead and swing.
Swing is 18 plus 4 is 22.
You stick it, or you hit it. I guess you're swinging with
hit it with the mace. Yep. And that's a
creature.
D10 plus this 9 damage.
All right, you slam it hard. It bites in again at Pete. Stabs again with the tail. Pete, I need another saving throw. 4 points of damage from the tail, and 3 from the bite. It's got a hold of you, but it's not. It's clearly not.
This time, I think I fail. 10 prime.
Yes, finally the poison. You got like 3 gallons of it in you at this point.
And now I'm casting something that I can't cast something else, and now I can't delay poison.
You take 6 points of damage from the poison as it courses through you, and much like the half-orc, you can feel yourself beginning to paralysis spread between or flow through your body. But go ahead and take a last swing before, even though you've acted, I'll give you 1 extra swing as you descend into the mire.
That's a hit.
I have to take responsibility here.
21.
I could have removed poison, but I was already on the path to hit instead.
2 points.
2 points damage.
Up to you. Swing. Swing.
Do I have to swing? Can I look real quick and see? Are the 2 of them within 50 feet of each, or within 20 feet of each other?
Yeah.
And
all of you guys are on one big pile of.
All of us are on one big pile. 2 of us are down.
Wings flapping, tails slashing. It's just blades everywhere, muck and mire flying in the air. It's just a mess.
Do I burst the sound or hit them, guys?
Do the sound burst.
I'll do the sound burst then.
You know you want.
Is there a save versus?
I'm going to try and put it as far away from my comrades as possible.
Well, we're all on a tumble.
You're hitting them all, or you're hitting nobody. Everybody.
All right.
Do
I roll this once for everybody, or?
I leave that entirely up to you. Whatever you want to do. And there's no save against the damage, but there is. You do have to save to be stunned. You can stun all of your comrades. Just keep that in mind.
Unless we
All
make
right,
a wisdom.
Maybe don't do the sound burst.
This is
Too
what
late.
I'm saying, guys.
Too late.
Okay, give me
Too
a
late
second. I
not
want
to
to.
head to the big tree.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay,
want?
give me a second here.
You could heal somebody.
I could, but I
have
have sound burst
6 hit
prepared, not
points
the
left.
other one.
Are you
I
casting it or
could
not?
heal somebody. All right, so maybe I should heal somebody instead. I don't know how that's going to help, but I will heal somebody instead. I just have to figure out how to do that. Cure light wounds, but I have to touch you, don't I? That's the problem. Is I don't. Am I within touch distance of anybody?
Yeah, you're gonna leap forward and try to touch the Pete's about the only one close enough to. Well, Willie's right next to you, but he's not wounded.
All right, Pete. I will try to leap forward and touch you.
You can just swing at the creature.
All right, no, I'm going to try and leap forward and touch Pete.
All right, give me a touch attack. I just need to
Reach
roll.
out and touch me.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You're gonna need to roll a 10 or above and add your BTH to it. You're good to go.
I rolled a 15.
All right, you're good. So you leap in the midst of all of this blood and mire and swinging claws and tails and grab a hold of Pete. And what do you cast on him?
Cure light wounds.
How much did you do?
I rolled an 8.
Oh, that's good. Good deal. All right. Okay, so that's you guys. Half orc, you kind of slump forward and into the mire with this wyvern on top of you. Wizard, you clearly see the wyvern's both claws digging into the half orc at this point. That's what it's doing this round, spreading its wings, trying to get it elf. It's shaking the web left and right, but it's really focusing more on trying to get this guy up and out of the swamp. What do you do?
So does the half orc want to go first?
Half orc is paralyzed.
Oh, he's paralyzed. He's
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast burning flames.
Okay.
Burning hands. I'm sorry.
All right.
And
He's going to
so
cast fireball.
I'm not gonna cast fireball because I don't want to kill everybody. But
Okay.
burning hands is gonna ignite the web for an extra 2d4 damage.
Excellent. All right.
Nice.
So you just engulf that creature's head in flame. All right, give me some. Do I get it? I don't get a save against burning hands, right?
No, it's 5d2 plus 5. That's gonna be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus the 2d4. Another 7.
Burn it all down.
16 damage.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
It cascades flame across that creature, burns the web off. The wyvern just screeches in pain, leaps into the air. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 attacks against the half orc. Now, if I hit him both times, and I'm not going to add the prone to it because the web messed all of that up. If I hit you both times, it lifts you up kind of accidentally as it's trying to get away. If I miss even one, it doesn't have you in enough grip to pick you up. So what's your AC? So don't add shield if you have any of that mess. What is the?
No, 15.
Yeah, you'll be accidentally still stuck to its tail.
Yeah, the first one got a natural 20. So it definitely digs its claws into you, absolutely picks you up, lifts you up and out of the ground, and the wyvern screaming in pain, just by happenstance, scoops up the half orc and starts lifting him up in the air. Clearly the half orc weighs probably 180 pounds. The wyvern has no clear and easy path to get out, and it's got a path to get out, but it's just too heavy. So it's beating the air ferociously. The pain in its face is giving it a little bit of adrenaline, but it doesn't immediately take you up. But about at the end of this round, as it's engulfed in flame, it's maybe 8-9 minutes up and off of the ground. All right, so apparently we're running out of time. Let's fire this up back into the other. Yeah, you swing. So beginning next round.
Kill them faster. Kill them faster.
Dwarves and Pete, give me an initiative.
Am I not paralyzed?
Oh yeah, Pete. You are. I forgot about that.
just thought I'd throw that in. You don't have to say yes.
Okay. This creature just takes off. Jennifer, you got an 8. Go ahead and swing. It's lifting Pete up and into the air. Trying to get out.
Oh, it's trying to. Okay, but is it still on the ground? Like I can still hit it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually, right underneath it.
Ooh. I rolled a 19.
You hit. You strike the creature in the chest as it's lifting the poor primal druid off and into the ground. That fox is out of here, man. He said, "Screw this."
I can't blame him. He didn't sign up for this.
Yeah. What did you get? 1.
No, almost. 5.
All right. So you smash the creature heart. It lifts up into the air. You can tell, Willie. You can tell this thing is terribly wounded. It's only managing to get the druid up and into the air as it's banking. But where you're standing, you have 2 options. You can swing at this one, but you can also see that the half orc is being lifted up at a much more dramatic pace. But that one's not quite as wounded. What do you do? You can swing at either one.
Don't split the damage.
No. Should I wipe out this one that's lifting the druid, or should I go and
It's going
save
to be a
the
lot easier
monk?
if we all attack the one at a time.
Kill the injured one.
The
Yeah.
poor orc.
Okay. Sorry,
Sorry,
Lurog. We gotta
Steve
save.
never likes half orcs anyway, huh?
I know.
We'll take this guy out. I'll do offensive focus again, just to make sure I hit this thing. Oh yeah, that's a 23, 27, 27. Damage is 6.
All right, you smash it and you hit it right in the backside. It flips, rolls over, drops Pete into the ground or into the bog, and it crashes to the earth, dead there. You almost got it, Jennifer. You almost got it.
See, it got me right here.
Oh yeah.
There you go. All right, it hits the earth now. Pivot back around, Wizard. You can see you got about 1 or 2 actions as this wyvern's going up and in the air, carrying your comrade off to certain doom.
Is the wyvern 40 feet from everyone else on the ground?
You wait about a half a round, it definitely will be 40 feet. It's taking off.
I will wait half a round and then fire fireball and hope we have a good cleric that can heal the burnt orc.
All right.
We'll hope. And in my next turn, I have something else I would like to do as well.
All
if
right,
that wyvern doesn't get too far away.
There's a detonating explosion. It engulfs both a half orc and the wyvern. I get a save. Is that right? Is there a dex save on that?
Dex save for half.
It does not make its dex save, so give me some damage.
16 damage.
Does it do enough to keep it from running away?
It in flame. Now, half orc. That dodge from that damage from a fireball is kind of a moving out of the part of the fire. The wyvern failed it, which means you failed it because you're de facto with the wyvern. So you take 16 points of damage as it just cascades all over your body and engulfs you. It just engulfs you. Maybe it'll cure that poison out of you, though.
Burn it out.
Burn it right from your soul. Huh?
So what I'm going to do is
very sad to know.
Do what?
But -2. You'll be very sad to hear that I'm at -2.
You're still alive, but not dead. So I'm going to make a dex check. He drops the half orc to the ground, smashes into the muck as it takes off, fleeing horribly wounded and burnt and over the forest and into the distance.
It's a good thing you don't take fall. You don't take any fall damage though. You're dead.
That's true. He fell in the muck there.
But he's paralyzed, so
I didn't tense up. Yeah, I didn't tense up.
That's right. Like a drunk in a wreck, you just fell to the ground and hit the earth. All right. Yeah. So you hit the earth there.
I'm gonna rush.
We actually
rush
got to
over to the
this
orc
up.
and
Does
find
anyone have
Anyone have what?
Okay. All right. Yeah. There you go. So you patch the orc. Any actions that you're going to take? We're supposed to be doing a raffle or something. I'm not sure what's going on, but and a raid. But I got about 1 minute, and I can wrap all this up pretty quickly.
Well, I would certainly like to heal the half orc who's nearly dead.
Okay. All right. So you go over and cast some heals on him and get him back to 1 hit point. You spend maybe 30 odd minutes. The paralyzation begins to fade and wane, and both the druid and the half orc.
I still have a
rouse
lot of
themselves.
bandages.
You band, yeah. Well, both of them have been pretty mangled. The half orc's got a huge hole in his abdomen there. So,
Stuff it full of bandages.
Well, a mummy.
Right?
He has me like a mummy.
Yeah.
exactly. All right. So, kind of battered and wounded and partially paralyzed, you guys make your way through the bog over onto into the other tree line. You wander up, clearly up a hill, where you come to the base of that extraordinarily large tree. And the first thing that you notice, the tree is partially dead. Like I said, the bole of the tree is about 60 feet. The ground in and around the tree has kind of collapsed, but you can clearly see steps that lead down into the bole of the tree. Looking into it, you can see steps that go down into some type of underground cavern and some kind of underdark that you are looking at, an entrance to some ancient network of caverns.
Yeah. So does anybody else want to keep playing after we go off stream? And this sounds like fun.
What a place to end.
Do what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I haven't had dinner yet either. No. The bad news is the tree is full of a flock of wyverns waiting to descend on us.
Right. You were actually, and for all of you viewers out there, you were actually standing on the gateway to the kingdoms of the Drow and the Underdark. And this is the beginning of the next adventure that begins at 8 o'clock, I believe, 7 o'clock Central.
Okay, well,
I'd just like to point out, guys, if we had chosen to go straight to the tree and ignore the wyverns, we could have gone under the tree.
We could have got in there.
And then Steve would have had to try to figure out what to do next because he'd have to fill an hour.
no, we had like 10 rounds for us to get to the.
Wingless wyverns arrive. Very cool. That was a lot of fun. Chuck's fixing a second. First off, thanks everybody for gaming tonight. This was a blast. Really enjoyed it. And Chuck's going to dive in here with some directions.
Well, before he does, though, if I could point out that everybody, if you're not watching the stream, we've managed to accumulate more than $2,000 for charity tonight.
Huzzah!
Excellent. Oh, excellent.
Trolls are.
And thanks to everybody out there for donating. Very, very cool. I get caught in the game. What we're doing. Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Oh, no, they're
nice.
Not. Oh, wait, yeah, they are.
Wait, isn't it one copy each of 27 issues?
Yeah,
No, just the same issue 27 times.
Oh yeah, so that's the big thing that we're angling into this year. We should be getting Starship Warden and Monster Treasure of Air fifth printing, 5th edition out to printers this coming week. And then as we close down these projects, we're going to dive into a lot of Planescape stuff. So we got Planescapes that'll be, you can use both for the World of Air and your own games, whatever you want to do on that. And that's going to tie into the Mythos series of Gods and Monsters, the second edition of that one. That's going to be very different than the first Gods and Monsters. So different that I might end up retitling it So we got an exciting year. A lot of gods and monsters, a lot of Planescape stuff coming out this year. And we're fixing to do a raid. Is that right, Chuck? Is that where we're going?
Thank you, Steve, for running the game, and thank you, Trollord Games.
Yes, thank you
it
very
was a
much,
really
Steve.
fantastic session. Thanks very much, Steve.
Thanks,
That was
Steve.
really
This is
enjoyable.
the first time I've ever played in a game of yours that didn't have at least 10 people in it.
So, Steve,
It was
if
really
we
fun.
if we would have turned east, would we have hit the road?
No. So what happens in the Darkenfold, and Pete actually caused this when he caused that tree to fall in that peat and in that hole.
Thanks.
It enraged the forest itself, and the Darkenfold is something, and I say this very lightly. It's something of a sentient forest. The way the forest itself guarded itself against, or kept Unklar, that god, out of it, is because the forest itself kind of defends itself. It's very slow moving. It's not. It can't cause earthquakes or anything like that. But the forest was basically guiding you all where you wanted to go. All that creaking and bending and the wash was actually the trees lifting themselves up out of the soil and allowing the water to push it along to force you guys in that direction. And it was just shaping the ground in front of you. So it was kind of hurting you in the hopes of getting you one out of the forest. And the quickest way to do that was this entrance into the Drowse Kingdoms, where you will certainly die. That was its whole angle, just to get you out. So you stood almost no chance to get to the road, though I will say this, you were dead on. If the forest wasn't against you, which you said, if you had angled back, you would have hit, because the road went like this, you guys went like this, and then had you cut over, you would have hit it. Yeah.
Magic user. Magic user.
The wizard is wise.
Well, I think that says it all about a primal druid. The forest is
He
so
got
desperate to
Got
get rid
lost
of
in
him.
the woods.
That was
The
a lot.
druid got lost in the woods. Yeah.
Hey, hold on, Chuck, real quick. I got to tell you guys, y'all did some great playing too. That was great spell work all the way around. I mean, that was really good.
Yeah,
You
Good spells.
trumped quite a few of my things with the direction thing messed me up. The sleep messed it up. That floating disc messed up some stuff. So that was very well done. I had to
Notice he
ship.
didn't mention any of my spells. I never play spellcasters. I usually play a bard just for comedic effect.
Well, I was hoping you would sound burst just to stun everybody, but
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
I mean, you don't know how upset I was that you messed up my floating disc of rocks.
Yeah.
'Cause I was like,
Yeah.
Steve's never gonna expect
Oh,
this.
we
I'm
know.
gonna drop this on top of the guys that attack us.
No, I think your disc of rocks was perfect, because that meant that Steve had to give us time to get somewhere to rest and get our spells back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that because he knew what he was going to throw at us next.
Yeah, that was y'all. All five of you did some great play. That was awesome.
As Chuck put it when I said, "Hey, we don't have a healer in the group. I'll go cleric since I'm the last one to pick a character." He said, "No, you don't have to go cleric. We'll have to let Steve figure out how to keep you guys from dying too fast."
Yeah, rumored to be. Davis is a lot more dangerous than I am, without a doubt. Pete would have drowned.
I'm sorry, who is?
Davis, my brother.
I've never played in a game with Davis. Does he ever run games for the
Very
general
rarely.
public? Yeah.
He'll run it for the trolls occasionally.
You know, we could always just force them to have TrollCon as soon as COVID's over.
Let me tell you, if you ever get a chance to play with Davis, his games are they're just fantastic. He does environmental stuff, but he pulls no punches. There's no gentleness coming from the CK when Davis runs it. You do something that's odd or weird, you're going to get killed quick. And he uses, just like I said, Pete would have been pushed down and drowned in that muck. There would have been no way you could have stabbed or cast spells or anything. Davis is
Before. Sorry.
I love playing under Davis, but I've had one character survive past third level. Every other one has died before they got to third level.
Now, before we whiz over to the other game, we can point out now, Steve, you were not the main author of Castles and Crusades, correct?
Well, yes and no. Depends on what you're talking about. Davis
Okay.
and Mac Davis and Matt Golden created Castles and Crusades. They designed the game. All of the rules in the player's handbook, they wrote it. If you get into the sections that are kind of how-to, that part I wrote. Like if you take the fighter, the first little 5 paragraphs that describes what a fighter is, I probably wrote that, but all the rules, that's Davis and Mac. They created the siege engine. That's all Davis and Mac.
So, and to point this out, I believe that Mac is observing our stream with us tonight. For anyone who isn't
he
Castles
definitely
and
was.
Crusades fan, but is watching us because of this event, Mac is in the stream. I don't think I've
Yes,
seen
that's Mac
Davis.
Muddle. Probably not.
And Mac, I've never
Davis
met
is
you,
over
but
now.
hello, I'm a big fan of the game.
Yeah, Mac 2 is a great CK and one of the best players. What we need to do is get my Thursday night game sometime. It just gets so vulgar that we can't really put it out. We would have to slow some of the things down, but yeah, Mac's a
You
fantastic
could just
player.
put it
That
on a
game-
different channel.
Yeah.
Not the official
Trolls After
PLG
Dark.
channel.
CNC After Dark, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Well, you know how it is. It's a building thing. Davis is extraordinarily vulgar, and I can get that way, and it cascades as everyone kind of, it just gets worse and worse. So maybe one of these days we'll have to put Chuck in there.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a
Okay,
lot.
thanks very
everybody.
much.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks a lot, guys. That was awesome. Are we still live, Chuck? Or are we?
You know, Steve, after every stream, like AMA and everything.
Trollord Games. Join the fray.